Boy. What is up, everyone? I mean, it's 7:30. It is 7:30. Of course it's 7:30. Only one time exists. And that's the time that's on the screen. On the screen right now on the stream. Woohoo! Oh. Why is everything breaking? Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay, I think I'm going to have to restart YouTube music if it dies again. Oh no, it works. Okay. I am so ready. Alright. We don't need Cafe de Touhou. Straight into it, of course. It's the main attraction. I mean, at least it's something that I don't have. By the way, the ARKNIGHTS egos have a blue code. Hey, I knew hiding so fast isn't bad. Extraction has to warm up. True. True. We need to wait a bit. We need to say some nice things. About ARKNIGHTS first. Surely, that's the problem. Unfortunately, I don't want the fraud. He is not a fraud. Yes, he is. Stop lying. Oh, yes. I love gambling. Can you please get something? I'm getting scared. What do you mean? Only 71 pulls in. This is completely normal so far. I don't think the color blue exists. Like, even he is just red. The color blue does not exist. The game could prove me wrong, but it will just simply not. Because there's nothing to be proven wrong about.
명령은 경청하고 있어요. 그저 감히 상급자와 눈이 맞지 않도록 시선을 아래로 둘 뿐.
Hey, that's a good passive. For fucking what? You don't need ammo. Especially not on a resonance. Oh look. Yellow. I am incredibly calm. I expected to get nothing. And I am going to get nothing. Do not lose hope. Well, that would require me to have hope in the first place. However, I just simply do not have hope. As I said before, the color blue does not exist. It is a fabrication, a lie, set up by the people overseeing this collab. By our dear friends at over Hypergriff, who installed a colorblind filter over the cognition filter, which means that it is physically impossible to get anything that's blue. Why would we get anything that's not red, grey, or sometimes yellow? A part of me just want to end the stream right here, right now. However, on the other hand, it was funny. Okay, you know what? Stop recording. So this way I don't need to have 100 gigabytes of footage. Just to put the Gumbo on YouTube as a highlight, as a low light, sorry. Because it was so fucking shit that it deserves to be put on there. Nah. Nah, bro. There are still many pools to get, no? There's 10 more, because I did a dungeon run, and I could get 200 event currency. And there's the daily check-in. And a few more weeks to get some lunacy. On the other hand, that's 20 pools. I need 1500 more. How do I get 1500 more? How to get an ouncer? You get paid lunacy. And then you buy it. Okay. Are you worth it? Absolutely not. Are you worth it? Maybe. But then I'd still need 1,000 more. Yep. Not happening. Eh, if I buy this, I'll have over 5,000. It costs 250, so I'll get 3, let's say 80 remaining, or 70. That's almost 3 battle passes. Okay. I'll have to. Yo, it's working. Hell yeah. I'll have to input my new card details into Steam, because nope, that's not my card. That card no longer works. Oh my fucking god. So, a couple of months ago, the bank that I was with changed credit card, or sorry, debit card providers from MasterCard over to Visa. And now I have a new card that I don't know the numbers for. So let me just quickly fill in the details. Yep, that card number is absolutely horrid compared to my previous one. Yep, I agree, Steam. Purchase. Hey, I managed to not mistype anything. Confirm. Confirm again. Hey, how much money did I lose? Only $1 million worth. Yo. Don't tell me. I have a feeling I didn't re-enable the desktop audio. Oh boy. Well.
管理人のダンテさんですね。アミヤです。ブリーフィング担当としてロドスアイランドから来ました。よろしくお願いします。
Okay. 2 more. Connecting. You know, this new update is peak so far. I get to spend money. I get to gain absolutely fucking nothing. Oh look, no blues. Oh yeah, I love Sinclair. I needed another Sinclair.
이번 집화 처리는 왜 이렇게 복잡한 거예요?
Woohoo! And the blue is not a viable color. Oh look, that's an ego. I wonder what ego it is.
증기압축 피스톤 압력 제한. 관측 완료된 시간 벡터 계산 완료. 축적된 과거 변형. 모먼트 값 유지. 발사.
Not fucking blue. Okay. Alright. I have no more pulls from this. Well, you can get to pity. I'm not going to pity. That's 2 battle passes worth of paid lunacy. I am not spending it on pity. Okay, so this fucking sucks. Compress, ignore creamer, reflux, cannot I'm not doing a creamer like this for you again. These are the moments when I feel so lucky to be part of creamer in the east. They will shiver with creamer. Now that's one less creamer in our way. The creamer marches forth. Steam around town, vision obstacle. Okay, don't care. One temple item. No. No. Just simply not. Give up. It's over. Can I text? Create text. Text. Font. Oh, yes. Give me my favorite font. Lotto. Make it big as shit. Hell yeah. I'd say I'm at minus 39 sanity right now. Okay. No matter how I place it, it's going to look shit. So there you go. My sanity is at minus 39. Have no fear. I got myself a coffee before starting the stream. So I am ready to read. Yes, give me hard mode. Hey, you can't go under minus 40 from skills. Who knows? Maybe I'll manage to get under. Oh, right. Yeah, you guys should be fine. My favorite. You know what? Nah. No. It's Sloshmal time. You know what? Let's do the horse. Gregor, you are absolutely fine as you are.
금방 가지.
Okay, can you like fuck off? Thank you.
내 명을 들은 시비수 결집이다.
Okay, what should I expect? Is the event voiced? Because, unfortunately. What does that mean? It's unfortunate that it's voiced. We can hear Dante in all of his glory. Okay, you know what, if it's not voiced, then I will just voice everything. If it's voiced, I will just voice everything that's not voiced. You can hear Dante in all of his glory. The others, well, oh no. Oh god. Oh god. Let me just turn on display capture for a sec. That's Everett. 524 pulls before a single ego showed up. Well, maybe I am not so unlucky. Or who knows? Maybe I would have to go over 600 for a single ego to show up. We shall never know. How did it get more unlucky than me, bro? Okay. Let me take another sip of my coffee, then we can start. I was exploring a lobotomy corporation branch when my consciousness sinks into the depths. The sense of cognition itself, a concept without form, floats into the shadow of an ever-widening river, swept up in its current to nowhere. When we ran into an abnormality, but South told us that Hongyang's lobotomy corp branch should be free of any abnormalities. The abnormality which had appeared out of nowhere was more otherworldly than any we'd encountered so far in our journey, and deep blue. Sorry, I don't know what that color is. Wait. Wait. I have an incredible idea. Can I put on a filter that that kills the color blue and makes it, I don't know, red? Color key, maybe? Color key blue. Contrast 0. Absolutely fucking oh. I see the problem. I can't kill blue. Fuck. I mean, my logic was that if I couldn't see blue, then neither should you. But unfortunately I can't unsee blue. But I can't make you unsee blue. It was fathomlessly blue, and seemed to have a pull that endlessly drew us into itself. Just as I was about to recall this abnormality, ... exclamation mark. A myriad of sceneries and a flood of incalculable thoughts crash into my mind like wild waves before ebbing away from its shores. I was already lost and adrift somewhere within my own consciousness when I realized this. Just how long am I going to be adrift? The sensation of my own consciousness floating away is quite the unfamiliar one. I floated about in that strange state for a while. An unfamiliar voice seizes my aimlessly drifting consciousness. Are you Dante? The fog of my vision clears as the voice breaks through the waves, and a concerned expression comes into view. Yes, I am. Ah, what a relief. Gregor, I think Dante has come too. So who are... I was about to ask further question to this stranger with particularly long animal-like ears, but... What did he get? Fucking nothing. The only blue I saw was from the announcer that I purchased. Epic. I felt the drowsiness coursing back with the terrifying memories of the dream, rendering me unable to speak. I have to get a hold of myself. After an indeterminate amount of time had passed, I barely managed to wake myself from slumber to get a grasp of my surroundings, only to find myself surrounded by more unfamiliarities. There was that stranger from earlier, sitting atop a rock and silently taking in the sights, a young girl who probably saved my life. Wait, so were those animal ears after all? Okay, that's not important right now. I have to prioritize figuring out just where in the world I ended up in. So, we're standing by the Iberian coastline. How are you feeling? A little out of it, but I'm okay otherwise. Iberia, huh? Yes, we're in Iberia. Well, given that we're next to an ocean, maybe I drifted all the way to Eucorp's Great Lake. Iberia was an unfamiliar name, but that was all I had to go on, given that the city was still full of more unknowns than knowns to me. I radioed your colleagues when you briefly woke up earlier. They'll be here any minute. I see. Oh. Oh, Amiya is that short. Oh. I played through, I think, the first 5 chapters of ARKNIGHTS, or maybe 6. The final chapter that I did was the one where the snow enemies showed up. Or the ice enemies. I have played through 1 chapter of ARKNIGHTS, hell yeah. So a quick TLDR of ARKNIGHTS. Originium. Magic power and energy. Enkephalin, basically. But it's infectious and people get infected and they die. And then there's Rhodes Island where the Doctor and Amiya are from, and they help the infected by making them into murder machines. Don't worry about it. And then the Doctor has amnesia just like Dante. That's all you need to know about ARKNIGHTS. At least that's all I know about ARKNIGHTS. Oh, and there's some catastrophe that people want to get where they fucking nuke everything. I think. Or it's a naturally occurring nuke. Dot. Wait, my colleagues? You must have run into the sinners then. The fog of my mind immediately cleared as soon as I realized that the sinners were all nowhere to be seen. Sinners? I think so. I ran into them earlier. They were looking all over the place for someone with a clock for their head. It was a pretty unique description, so I could tell right away that you were the person they were looking for. So this clock head does come in handy. Manager bud. Dante. I'd woken up in an unfamiliar place to an unfamiliar face, and in the midst of all this all-around sense of displacement, the faces that appeared before me were certainly a sight for sore eyes. Gregor, Honglu. Miss Rabbit here told me she found you unconscious by the ocean, and phew, I came as fast as I could, and oh boy, I was worried that something bad might have happened. Glad to see you're doing fine. Were you lost at sea? No, but my compass might have been. I don't know. Well, I do think I'm fine though. I guess not having any way to drink water has finally come in handy. You should go get that checked out just in case. Wait, your head's waterproof, right? Gregor takes a moment to steady his breathing, then mutters a casual quip as he lights a cigarette. Well, he doesn't seem that concerned. Maybe we're not actually in that much danger. So, what happened? Where are we? It's a really... I should say funny. That Dante just does not question that Amiya can understand him. Or them, sorry. Do you remember entering that lobotomy core branch Shishun told us about? Ah, yeah. Yeah, we ran into a new abnormality and got sucked into it before we even had the chance to do anything. Oof, man, I really thought that was it for us, especially with you getting sucked in there too, Manager Bud. But when we came to, despite waking up with our faces down in some ditch, we were all fine without a scratch. Though there was quite the mess when we realized that you'd gone missing. We wanted to search for you immediately, but it took a while before we got a better bearing of where we were. So we're not at U-Corp's Great Lake. Some of us consider that to be a distinct possibility, but it's unlikely. Ishmael was really certain that we were not in District 21. She did concede that we might be in an unknown area within the Great Lake of the outskirts, but that doesn't seem likely either, given what the rabbit-eared lady there said. Out the outskirts region of the Great Lake, I've met all kinds of people from all over Terra, but I've never met anyone who referred to the Iberian Sea that way. Terra? Iberia? As I found myself puzzled by these unfamiliar terms, a very obvious question suddenly struck me. You understand me? Speaking of which, who are you? Fuck. I couldn't predict what Dante would say. Damn. Huh? Really? You fellas haven't introduced yourself to each other yet. It's just that it's all just a lot to take in. It's understandable. You did just wake up from a pretty harrowing experience. She is, actually, would you like to do the honors yourself? You were close though, no. Not even close. I'm Amiya, the leader of Rhodes Island. Please just call me Amiya. I'm Dante, manager at Limbus Company. I know I'm late, but thanks for saving my bacon. It seems that this Rodeo Island is a pretty big corporation, but... Gregor trails off ominously and scratches his head before continuing with some mild trepidation. This young lady with the rabbit ears doesn't know what the head is at all. As far as I know, there aren't any organizations in Terra with the same characteristics as the one Mr. Gregor explained, at least not with a name like the Head. Also, sorry, it's Rhodes Island, not Rodeo. Sorry, Gregor's kind of bad with names. So, what you're saying is that we're not in the city anymore. It'd be weird for any higher-ups at these huge corporations to know less about the Head than we do, let alone be completely clueless about it. Well, maybe we tumbled into a previously undiscovered zone of the outskirts or the ruins, probably. Or maybe we've really found ourselves in a completely different world. If that conjecture is correct, we're in a way bigger trouble than I thought. This wasn't like the time we accidentally stranded ourselves in the outskirts via a door in the corridor. Amiya stared at me with some concern, as though she felt my distress. I think I can draw a connection to something else that's happening here. Really? Yes, recently anomalous signs and events have been occurring in Iberia, ever since a mysterious dimensional door appeared at sea. And it's been said that this dimensional door is connected to something very, very distant, to something that we've never observed before, so... Seems reasonable to theorize that the dimensional door is how we managed to get cross over to this world. I really would have appreciated Faust's input. Where'd all the other sinners go anyway? A bit late on the uptake to be gawking around for the other sinners now, don't you think? They're at a settlement near here, where they are helping out with various odds and ends of the village while taking turns searching for Dante, of course. You know, I'd never thought about how difficult it would be to search for someone when we're like fish out of water too. Man, barely got even a wink of sleep since yesterday. Everyone's got to be really tired then, so it's just you two out here for now. Noah, Ishmael and Yiseng are the other half of the search party, and we just happen to be the last group in the rotation. They must be searching elsewhere to find you, Manager Bud. Woohoo, we got the news early thanks to Amiya's comms gear. But the other team didn't. Yeah, we got lucky. The other team, well, we don't have any way to get in touch with them, so they'll probably continue their search until their shift is done. Oh, are we talking about that village you mentioned earlier? Right. You've not been there yet, huh? I guess it's a bit off the beaten path. Well, we're going to have to rendezvous with the other sinners anyway, so let's head to the village for now. ... Something seemed to pique Amiya's interest as she fell into a contemplative silence before carefully speaking up. I would like to accompany you there. Sure, I don't see why not. You helped us find Manager, and more importantly, you seem to know a lot more about this place than we do. Haha, I don't actually know Iberia that well either, but I should be able to be of some help. They've closed their borders and have practically locked out any foreign influence from affecting them, but I did get a briefing before the mission. Closed borders, huh? Then how did you get in, Miss Amiya? We followed Dr. kalt'sit's directions and illegally crossed the country's border. Illegally? Oh, does that mean you crossed the border without obtaining any permission, Amiya? We had to cross the border somehow in order to investigate how and why the dimensional door came to be. Huh. Is it normal for pharmaceutical companies to be doing that? Yes. That's just on average Tuesday night. At least, from my experience, it is completely normal. Large pharmaceutical companies often dispatch their agents for missions, and that's what I say. Yes, Rhodes Island is in its essence a pharmaceutical company researching treatments for people infected with oripathy, but we also work to prevent and assist in the management of various situations that can occur in high-risk areas. High-risk areas, huh? Wait, what about your companions? I thought you came all the way here on your own. That's, We were forced to split up due to certain forces that were in pursuit. Wait, stop. Amiya's ears twitched as she came to a stop and began scanning the surrounding area. Then, there. As we stood about confused, Amiya, noticing something, pointed towards the seashore, hidden behind the large and cracked rock formations. What are we supposed to, huh? Peek. Absolute peek. There, we saw someone wielding a lengthy greatsword, bickering with two familiar faces. Again, move, you're in the way. You needn't worry as you do. We have had ample experience battling monsters who are much like them. Listen, I'm not worried, it's... Come on, better to have 3 fighters than 1, right? Besides, you're the first person we ran into out here, so we've got a lot of questions to ask. Isang, Ishmael, Dante, you're unharmed. And here I was, getting ready for a 3 days long search. What a relief. We were all really worried that we might never be able to find you. Woohoo, we managed to find them thanks to help from Miss Amiya here. Amiya? Are you two acquainted? Not a good time for a reunion, it can wait until after we take out the sea monsters. Scuddy, are those organisms, the Seaborns, Dr. Kalt'sit mentioned? They're sea terrors to be specific, the less sophisticated ones among them. And they're probably here for me. Sea terrors? I hear the sticky noise of something viscous slithering against the rocks. When I turned to face the origin of the unsettling noise, I smelled a heavy, wet scent of brine. At the end of my gaze awaits strange monsters, unlike distortions, unlike abnormalities, unlike anything I'd ever seen. It kind of looks like blue gossipium, if you really want to stretch it. The definition of looking like something. So, a sinking gossipium. It will inflict 99 sinking on yourself. Onto. Onto us. Sorry. It is as though the sea itself is encroaching on the land. I was almost certain we weren't at the Great Lake, but I'm not so sure anymore. Her experiences with the thick scent of brine at the Great Lake must have put her in a wary mood, as Ishmael seemed to be a lot more apprehensive about these monsters than anyone else. Do you think those creatures could be whales or mermaids? I don't know, the Great Lake and the outskirts are full of unexplored mysteries after all. Dante, what do your senses say? It's unclear. I say the closest comparison I could make is with the whales, but even that's not conclusive. Huh. More enemies on the horizon? We should prepare for battle. Doesn't seem like we can talk things out with them, though. So let's take them out. Peek. Okay. I could read. Or honestly, you don't need to read. I mean, nothing looks... nothing in the game requires a reading. The closest thing is... probably... the Ahab trio. But even that you can figure out just by trial and error. And the reading is cringe anyways.
거기까지. 위험 요소.
タンタさんの作戦
Oh, that was a new passive. Or a status effect.
아니, 한 방 먹혔지?
Also, look how much max health they have. Just the usual Kanto one enemy.
도려내. 물론고.
効果的な攻撃でした
넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
エリートオペレーター並みの腕前です
Damn. They're just like elite operators, huh?
고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나. 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
敵は深手を負っています
I knew what I was missing. The absolute peak.
갑니다.
That's the soundtrack for the games.
바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아라. 말로 고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이 저 해충들을 도려내. 오야. 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나. 위험 요소 제거. 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
Mission accomplished. Oh, okay. I wasn't expecting that. Our remaining enemies have retreated to the sea. Good work, everyone. Phew. Didn't think I'd have to deal with anything remotely like this outside the Great Lake. You can say that again. It would have taken us the whole day if the Scuddy character didn't occupy the other half while Miss Rabbit helped us from a distance. As we were catching our breaths after the battle, I heard a brief hum. When I turned to look at its source, I saw Scuddy glaring at me with palpable alarm. Strange people who transform. And the head of clock. I guess they're both technically true. While it's nothing more than a theory at this point, I think they have a lot to do with the dimensional door we're supposed to be investigating. Nice to meet you, I guess. I only hear a ticking clock. Oh, that's because only us sinners can hear Dante's voice. Huh? What's up? No, I'm just wondering how Miss Amiya can seemingly understand Dante. Yeah, what's going on here? Huh? Yeah, it completely flew over my head that I didn't even question how weird this is. Their voice sounds like a ticking clock to me too, but I don't know, it's almost like I can sense what they're trying to say, what kind of emotion they're trying to convey. Her explanation reminded me of the blue boy in Sinclair's past, but I didn't quite feel the uncanny sensation from Amiya that I felt from them. So she can read me kinda like how Vergilius can, I guess. Well, I don't think it's a bad thing. That's true. It's been a bit of a hassle to always need Faust or Honglu to translate for you, Dante. I'd like to know exactly how she can understand Dante, but I don't think we got the luxury of time to sit down and figure this out. So, are we heading back? Sounds like a plan. It's not like we know anywhere else to go, right? Oh, and Miss Rabbit here will be tagging along too. She said she'd help us find a way out. I can't... oh my god, I can't read. She said she'd help us find our way back. I'm glad to be working with you two also. Miss Ishmael, Mr. Honglu. But what do you mean, Mr. Honglu? Yisang was the new guy. Took the words right out of my mouth. You've already helped us plenty, and you clearly know a lot more about this place than we do. When are the clock and teapot gonna kiss? True. What do you mean? Minus 39 sanity. It's just facts. I am currently at minus 39 sanity. That's just my life. The journey is long. Perhaps embarking on it ere the sun's fall would be wise. How do we lose extra 6 sanity? Well, I can't lose more than 1 more sanity by myself. Because that's not how the ID works. We need Everett here. Nah, let the guy rest. I think Everett corroded. Going over 500 pools. Just let the guy rest. He could make you distort. Nah. Show him Blue Archive gameplay and fanbase. Let me just read some of the Blue Archive discussions on Steam. Wait, I think it got nuked. Holy shit, it got nuked. No way! No way! The discussion page got nuked! Display capture. It only goes back a few days until the 26th of August. Oh, before the game even released. The fucking discussion tab for this game was just the horniest motherfuckers ever. It's kind of normal. And by kind of normal, I do mean kind of nowhere. We just need, we just have a few people who are down bad. But before, this kind of posts were pretty much everything. Damn! They nuked the Blue Archives page. Wait, I turned off the game capture instead of the display. How long's the journey? No idea. It's not like we have a clock with us. Let's let's edit that number. They just cost me 1 more sanity. How? What are your thoughts about Skrunkly Dragon? What the fuck is that? You know, don't answer that. I kind of don't want to know. Just because it's you asking. I'm guessing it's an ARKNIGHTS YouTuber. Sorry, a Blue Archive YouTuber. Just from the first thing that showed up. No? They make Project Moon content as well. Or Limbus content, I should say. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh. Well. Well. Based? Or... I don't know. I have seen exactly one video from the dragon. And it was kind of normal. Did you already gumbo? Brother, I am at minus 40 sanity. How do you think it went? I have received absolutely fucking nothing. Just like how I predicted it. No idea. It's not like we have a clock with us. I do know that it's not very far though. We just need to walk along the coastline for a bit. Skadi quietly points in my direction. Oh, don't tell us the time because they're not on time. Then why the clock head? I didn't exactly choose to get myself a clock-shaped head. I looked away from Skadi's inquisitive eyes, which were quite solidly fixed on my head. The coasts of Iberia are hardly good places for people to live. Those things can go anywhere in this world, but they thrive at places that meet the ocean. Do you trust my luck? I trust your luck. At least I trust that you'll be luckier than me. Because it's fucking rough. So how did people manage to build a village at a place like this? The monsters are called Seaborns, or Sea Terrors, yes. While it is true that they posed certain difficulties, they were hardly the kind of monsters with the strength to bring a scourge and drive out the local populace. Don't judge them based on that brief skirmish. She's just telling us to be on our guard, right? Skadi can be a bit curt, but she's not a bad person. I don't think she said anything wrong. Nothing rules out the existence of stronger variants of these creatures being out there. Skadi's concern only served to fan my curiosity, but something about her expression communicated that I probably shouldn't pry, so I quietly quickened my pace as we walked to the village. Guys, wasting my lunacy before ARKNIGHTS was the ritual for luck, trust me.
또 한 줄 길을 남겼군. 핏물진 길일 뿐이지만.
Ah, I also get the stuff from the normal difficulty.
홍호는 그제야 알게 되겠지. 이 홍로가 뭘 바꾸었는지.
Let me just wait, you have 3k lunacy paid. Because I got the announcer and I am not wasting paid lunacy on this. The color blue does not exist. The color blue is just something some people made up without anything that could point to their existence, that could prove their existence. I forgot the words halfway through. This hardly looks like a village, it's more like the ruins of one, isn't it? It doesn't seem like they've done any proper upkeep to this place, not in a while at least. They're really here, living together. The strange buildings tell the stories of former prosperity from a bygone era. Our steps leave no footprints on the wet, muddy ground. On it I see a rotting sign marked with the name Faro Muerto. Everywhere I look in this village, I see evidence of long, silent abandonment. We don't see these kinds of abandoned-looking ruins often in the city either. But yeah, there's always someone or something out there waiting to capitalize on that free real estate, be it a syndicate or a corporation, and fix it up better than this, at least. So, where are the sinners? There's a clearing down there where we were entrapped betwixt a twain of great ships, narrowing winds against our sail. Oh, and that is when young Ishmael boomed, her command most resonant. Say no more. I didn't even have to try to search for them. That unmistakably sonorous and familiar voice echoing triumphantly between the empty buildings. That's Don Quixote's voice when she's sharing her adventurous tales. There she was, standing atop a low podium like an actor on stage, regaling a group of people in rags with tales of her adventures like a traveling thespian. That is not a real word. What the hell is a thespian? Thespian meaning. Thespian is a fancy word for actor. Thank you. I guess I'm too poor to know this kind of words. Answers, ye dogs, oarsmen, 'tis the moment I, Ishmael, the first mate of vessel Mephistopheles, shall navigate. Stop, hold on, just what do you think you're doing? Young Ishmael, unhand my mouth, for I was just about to regale them with the most fantastic tales of adventures at the great Manager Esquire. Verily, thou hast returned, with Manager Esquire safely in tow. What? They found Clockhead? A burning clock for a head? When I was a child, I heard a story about a legendary circus with a flaming head. Why would someone like that visit our humble village? While their exterior may carry elements that inspire fear in some, there is no cause for alarm. Yeah, they might look like that, but they're Dante, our manager, and the rest are... Oh, hello. I'm sorry, who are you two? They are two very nice people who helped us find Dante. This is Miss Amiya, the leader of Rhodes Island. And this is Miss Cuddy, their operator. They'll be coming along with us for a little while. With us? We believe that the dimensional door which we at Rhodes Island are investigating has something to do with why you suddenly woke up here in Iberia. As Amiya was bringing the sinners up to speed... The villagers were staring at us curiously, approached us. Did our conversation manage to convince them that we're not a threat? I sure hope so. You're friends of our saviors. Saviors? Verily, 'tis quite a grand title, yet that is indeed the word by which we addressed. To be more precise, by saviors, they are referring only to Faust and Otis. Oh no. What did they do? Faust gave me a light nod when we made eye contact, but I could tell that her lips were drawing a very, very subtle smiling arc. So I'm guessing something did happen. Nah, nothing ever happens. They were quite mistrustful upon our initial arrival. What business do outsiders have here? Bro, just open them now and I'll put on screen if you get anything. What if they're from the Inquisition? Oh no, what do we do? After all we went through to get here. Calm yourselves, everyone. None of them are carrying what appears to be their scriptures or lamps. Let's first try to see who they are. Man, I don't think they're gonna trust us anytime soon. They're all old curmudgeons. Let's STNC then the PTSD. You can't do that, Ryoshu. We can't pillage their storage depot. It looks like they already have it hard enough as it is. I don't think STNC is a good way to get started either. I had a friend that got everything in 100 pulls. Keyword here is head. I saw someone on Reddit post that they got everything. All 3 egos in a singular 10 pull. I kind of feel like murdering someone. But just kind of. Should we just find help elsewhere? Just look at how thin their arms are. I don't think they're in any shape to help us out. Perhaps we could inquire as to our whereabouts ere we are to decide our lodging. Fuck. Why, the landscape is certainly reminiscent of U-Corps. But I don't recall seeing or learning about any place that looks like this, though I can say I've been to every corner of U-Corp. I ask again, what business do outsiders have here? Their fingers are tightening around the grips of their weapons. Prolonged silence will most likely turn this into a hostile encounter. We can't have that. Hi, we're from Limbus Company. We're fixers of justice. Yeah, that fixers of Oi, don't you know when to keep it down? Fixers? That over there, it's a ship blueprint, isn't it? Are you looking to repair a vessel by any chance? All these construction materials seem to suggest so. Chief, this does not concern you. It's not something a mere outsider can understand. Curious, I've never seen an energy source like this before. Have you run the test to rule out any stability issues? It seems to power the heat exchanger via some methods comparable to the utilization of fusion energy. Have you any thoughts on this, Miss Faust? The general design structure is somewhat old-fashioned, but there certainly are inspired parts to this design, particularly with the usage of the core energy source. While its stability would need to be further studied, this technology seems to be incredibly energy efficient. You identified all that merely by glancing at this blueprint. You must be the village chief then. If so, I have a proposition for you. In return for assisting in their ship repair, we were promised a ride on their vessel. Miss Faust has theorized that perhaps by going out to sea, we may be able to find a way to return to whence we came. Does that mean we can find a way back somewhere out there in the sea? Nothing is certain yet, Dante. At this moment, we are working based on a hunch. A hunch? Sensing the implicit omen in her choice of words, I slowly turned around to look at Faust, who nodded solemnly in response. If we're really in a different world, even her Gesellschaft has to be. No issues were encountered in the repair process. Faust smiles faintly as she looks around, as she pulls me in by my hems. She whispers in a low voice. My connection to Gesellschaft is currently operating at a suboptimal level, Dante. So it's still connected at least. Indeed it is, however even exchanges of simpler information are taking up to dozens of hours by current calculation. Is this a warplane situation because we're in a different dimension? The cause should be identical. We have been connected to an unidentified, unpredictable dimension. However, Faust is aware that the pathway to our original dimension is yet to close at this time, unlike the situation back aboard the warp train. So to get back to where we came from, indeed, traveling through the pathway is the most feasible solution. And from that you came up with the whole plan to repair the ship and sail out to the sea. Yes, well, I am also a genius, after all. So true. Amiya conjectured that they probably came through a dimensional door of sorts. Looks like the dimensional door might be what Faust is looking for. With high likelihood, yes. At least there's a way back. I find myself calming down a little. Oh, speaking of which, when do you think you can wrap up the repair job? As fortune should have it, a majority of the most time-consuming parts of the repair have already been completed by the locals. It shouldn't take us more than a day or two to get its core part shipshape again, Executive Manager. We'll be staying here a few more days then. How did you manage last night? Well, like I said earlier, we've been keeping ourselves busy looking for you this whole time. We took turns helping with the repairs and resting, but I doubt any of us got a proper night's rest. Still, we weren't cold thanks to the villagers who kept the fire going for us all night. Not to mention, they helped us a ton with the local map they drew us. Oh, also, Chief handed us this earlier. What's it for? Looks like a sack to collect water. Give it here, I know how to get that installed. It must be to repay Miss Faust and Miss Otis's efforts at repairing their ship, yet the service they provide us is certainly quite generous, even taking the transactional nature into account. They're really giving us the best treatment they can, huh? As for food, we managed to fill ourselves with some cookies and bread Rotio keeps in her pockets. Didn't want to eat into their food supply when they're already pretty tight, you know. She carries enough cookies and bread for 12 people. They did offer us some nosh, those dried fish things, but we refused. Ain't about taking fruit from the needy. No need to concern yourself so much with our hospitality. You have done more than enough to earn your keep. I turned around to look at the source of that low rumbling voice and saw an old man in an outfit that seemed to distinguish itself amongst the other villagers. There you are, Chief. Is there a place for us to stay the night? We do have places to shelter from the misty humidity at the very least. There is an empty building there, so feel free to occupy it for the night. Oh, are you sure? I mean, I don't mind sleeping in the streets myself. Hey, speak for yourself. I've been looking forward to sleeping with a roof over my head since like yesterday. You'll catch a cold sleeping in the elements in this environment, which is fine by me for the rest of you, but we cannot afford to have the executive manager or our honored guests suffer that fate. Honored guests? I heard what happened from the four who left in search of the executive manager. First, I would like to begin by imparting my infinite gratitude to you for finding and rescuing the executive manager. I hear that you are leader at a pharmaceutical company. This acquaintance shall certainly come in handy, in case our stay becomes significantly prolonged, haha. I'm just surprised by her boldness to say something so materialistic when they're standing right there. Just did 40 pulls, nothing. Hell yeah. I mean, oh no. I feel so bad for you. Can I stay in your village too, Chief? The village chief took a brief glance at the hems by her right wrist, then nodded. Welcome to Faro Muerto. You are welcome to stay for as long as you want. And please, do let me know if you find yourselves without food. Our food supply may be tight indeed, but we have enough to share with those who helped repair the vessel. Oh, you better not go back on your word later, haha. I wonder what kind of local delicacies await. Dried fish like they were eating earlier, maybe. Hey, Chief, what is it? Just how are you surveying out here by the sea? Perhaps the question of how we're surviving may be somewhat misdirected. For we are only pursuing every possible avenue because we must survive. The chief responds to Scotty's perceived hostility with a hearty smile. After leaving some firewood for the night, he left. I'm going. Can't learn much more from here. Huh? You're going somewhere at this hour? Scotty, does this have something to do with the coast? I remember what you said before we got to the village, something about how coasts are hardly good places to live in. Dante wants to know if this has something to do with the coast. You. Do you understand the Aegir language? Aegir language? No? Dante, Scotty just spoke in Aegirian. Aegirian. How do I pronounce Aegirian? Aegirian? Well, it's not voiced, so I will never find out. I couldn't understand a word of Scuddy and the chief's conversation because I don't speak Aegirian. It may only be that there were enough lexical similarity between one of the city languages and the language Scuddy spoke in for them to comprehend the meaning. Weird coincidence. Anyways, I have some things to look into. Something you're all too slow to see. You still have to tell us about it later. Please remember you're not on a solo mission, Scuddy. This is a team effort from Rhodes Island. Will do. Scuddy nodded lightly before leaping off into the night, out of our sights. I'm kinda worried. She's not the best with people, but she's also pretty thoughtful. She'll be okay. Ah, should we head inside? The sun's starting to set already. Oh, yeah. We can probably just pick an unlit building and stay the night there, right? Trying our best to ignore the mood that was starting to turn awkward, we made our way into a nearby unoccupied building. I have a feeling that after this event my voice will just fucking die once again. Anyways, I'm pretty sure that I can do 2 more. I can do 1 more. Okay. Let me just take a sip of water before continuing. I love destroying my throat from reading. We walked past a few narrow buildings and the remnants of narrow buildings before we came across a hall large enough to house all 15 or so of us. Okay, now we're ready. With the curtains on the window removed, the smoke has an exit. Whoa, I thought we were doomed to shudder ourselves to sleep with the soaking wet firewood and all. I had no idea that would work. We just have to get a small fire going underneath it until the wood dries up and catches fire. The downside being all the smoke. It's clear that she has some field experience, unlike some fools I know. I shan't sit here and let her carry the burden of labor alone. Bequeath upon me thine ingredients, young Rodion, for I shall conjure thee a pot of special fixer soup. No. Do not let her cook. Absolutely do not let her cook. You're making soup with cookies and jelly. No. You're not getting anywhere near the kitchen again. Not after what you cooked up last time. While I must admit to a certain level of interest, as many of our fellows' viscera are oft wrecked with intense agony upon ingesting dishes of your making, perhaps it would be wiser that we save the occasion for a safer environment. Right, don't you remember? We agreed to leave cooking to Mur or Oti if we're ever in a situation like this, remember? Did we? See, I think it's become sort of an unspoken rule after everything that happened. Remember, back during last year's cooking contest at K-Corp, they were the only two people who managed to get remotely positive reviews. Oh, does that mean we'll get to try Otis's cooking once again? Denied. We still have plenty of high-calorie foods like cookies and jellies here. I find no reason to do something so inefficient. I'm glad to see everyone still energetic given the circumstance. It can be easy to suddenly wake up in an unfamiliar environment. Well, we're all quite used to getting thrown into unfamiliar places. Speaking of which, did you manage to reach your colleagues, Amiya? She shook her head, concerned. They might have lost their comm devices, or maybe they ran into some other trouble. Could they be in danger? I don't know, but I'm sure they're okay. The doctor, Dr. Kalt'sit, they're both more than capable enough to look after themselves. Long have this curiosity lingered within me, thus allow me to inquire. Corporations are, by their nature, organizations in pursuit of profit. Yet, the activities of your corporation resemble those of charity organizations as opposed to a pharmaceutical company. Is there aught that might explicate this blurred distinction? Aha, I wanted to know too. How come a pharmaceutical company like Rhodes Island's helping people? Something about what Honglu said brings back unpleasant memories. The horrible experiment seen through the cascade of flames, nice. Through the cascade of flowing tears in the face of suffering, the embodiment of greed that left a terrible wound in Honglu's fathoms. The pharmaceutical companies I've seen in my journey were corporations that, despite possessing the capacity to heal, chose to obsess over the profit it can provide. There are many in Terra who are suffering from a disease. The disease crystallizes you. It spreads deeper and deeper into the infected's internal organs, eventually culminating in their death. It's called oripathy. Amiya showed me the back of her right hand, dotted by what appear to be obsidian crystallizations. Its appearance reminded me of a bio-treatments from the backstreets, but there was something more to it, something more restless, more sinister. It's a terrible, painful disease, but there haven't been any recorded cases of full recovery. But there's an even worse problem. Pray tell, what could possibly be worse than an incurable deadly disease? While it varies region by region, discrimination against the infected is widespread across Terra. Those who suffer from it must face unfair treatment. Yisang began with a dark expression. Some are quarantined in places with terrible inhumane conditions, and there have been massacres too. I don't mean to be callous, but this oripathy is highly contagious. Is this oripathy highly contagious? No. No. There have not been any recorded cases of infection by contact, as long as the subjects are alive. But when the infected dies, the crystallization grows on their bodies, decay and turn to dust, scattering, which is what spreads the plague. Then, bearing the environments like active battlefields where casualties are to be expected, staying within close proximity to the infected in daily life seem to pose hardly any risk. So, what's the problem then? They're already past the point of caring about what the problem is. Once people start feeling iffy, all logic goes out the window. Then Rhodes Island goal has to be, yes, it is important to develop a cure for oripathy, but I think what really matters is that we change the circumstances for the better for the infected. That's not going to be an easy endeavor though. That is what gives your effort more meaning. I hope you can achieve that goal, Amiya. I really do. Sob for truth. The city, this world, we both live in worlds full of surprises, don't we? What kind of world did you come from, this city? What kind of place is the city anyway? Nice. Beautiful, especially the back streets. Peaceful. There are no conflicts, there are no harm done to anyone. Everyone lives happily ever after. Well, I have to go. I wish you good luck and to enjoy the interval. I will. Thanks. The kind of place with too many pointless rules. The kind of place where the moment you think, isn't this too much, you see something even worse. Try as I might, I couldn't think of a single positive thing about the city. The sinners seemed to be in agreement, as most of what came after was quite scathing. The kind of place where good deeds rarely ever go unpunished, where sympathy is a good attitude to have if you like getting stabbed in the back. Nothing good ever works out there. It's a shithole. It's a shithole. It's an irrational place full of absurdities. Absurdity is an omnipresence. Therefore, it is not a subject by which one should be aggravated. We can at least grouse about them, though. I mean, it's the only thing we can do. It would be more correct to experience more and acclimatize oneself to it instead of complaining. You did say something like that the last time. Just as the mood was starting to turn rather sour, Don Quixote's shout shattered through the awkwardness. Verily, nary a day goeth by untarnished. Verily, nary a day goeth by untarnished by villains and their fell deeds. Yet worry thee not, for where evil riseth, so doth fixers of justice too. Don Quixote jumped from her seat and passionately shook her fist, which was followed by a heavy crack and the sound of small pebbles tumbling down. Don Quixote, watch out! Whoa! And from behind the wall, she accidentally broke down. An unfamiliar visage of a villager appeared and stared back at Don Quixote. It appeared that she was eating something out of a can while reading a book. How fair as thou? Fair as thy foot, you gotta apologize first. Alas, seemed a tad too hyper today. Apologies, for I hardly expected the word to crumble with such ease. Art thou unhurt? Any injuries? To? Pray to what? Forget the apology. I just wanna know what happens next. The fixers of justice rose up to do what? Oh! Oh! Hast thou come to me to hear the tale of fixers? I don't know about coming to us, given how Miss Don Quixote was the one who punched the wall down. Ahem. Oh, is it too late an hour? I don't mind waiting till morning if you wanna sleep. Nay, not at all. 'Tis quite early an hour for tales. In fact, pretty, seat thyself here. You ungovernable fool, calm down. We don't even know who she is. And don't you forget to share those fixer tales over there in the corner to not disturb our sleep. Thou makest a request most untenable. These tales deserve to be announced to the world with great gusto from the center. Yeah, that's the best way to hear those kinds of stories. But we should probably introduce ourselves to each other first. Nah. Name's Mayors. How should I put this? Did you meet the village chief earlier during the day? He's my Gramps. Oh, that nice guy. So he had a granddaughter. Yet I have not seen you once, Miss Mayors, under the sun. Oh my, you're right. I thought the village was completely dried of any young blood. Why does everyone around me get shafted? Shaft yourself. Maybe you are the source of the problem. Maybe it's your greed for luck that shafts us. Maybe you just need to give yourself to the cause and distort. Eh, Camille? Like Roger said, While we didn't see mayors out there, there wasn't anyone else in the village we could comfortably call young. You're telling me Gramps was worrying over nothing and told me to stay put inside, going on and on about the strangers that the outsiders pose and everything. It seems that they do not give full faith to their saviors. There are things you cannot share even with whom you trust with your life, though I would like to know why. My, so there are a bunch of other kids who are stuck indoors in this village. No, there isn't anyone around my age in the village at all. If that's the case, I guess I can understand why he'd be overprotective. Anyways, it's our turn. We are... Ah, I'm good. I've heard enough to get an idea. You did? Oh, pray tell, how didst thou hear us? We are listening device most secret upon our chamber. Mayor stepped aside of the wall, the part of it that was still standing anyway, and smiled ironically. Bet soundproofing, I could hear pretty much everything Don Quixote, right? Everything Don Quixote practically sang during the day. Verily, I see. I think you could really do with some sense of embarrassment for once. Well, I guess that's good enough for self-introduction, so care to regale me with the tale of fixers who bring justice to the evils of the city? Undoubtedly. Then, this shall do. I shall regale thee with the tale in which the legendary fixer, the magnificence herself, the Red Mist had... The Red what? I suppose that killed any hope for a good night's keep. But, don't you usually pass out within a minute of your back hitting the hay, no matter how nosy things are? What? Do you take me for some kind of hibernating bear or something? Look, even I have trouble sleeping when there's noise all over. I'd say bear in hibernation is a pretty apt description. Oh, so that was supposed to be snoring. Well. For all that grumbling and moaning, he dozed off before any of us did. Aside from Heathcliff, who began snoring the moment his head touched the ground, some other sinners were fast asleep as well. Merceau had entered sleep in his usual steadfast adherence to the routine, by Faust's late claim to one of the few available cloth sheets as soon as the close of business for the day was confirmed. The sinners, who had spent the entire last night searching for me in this unfamiliar land, slowly began to fall asleep as well. Meanwhile, the fixer of the Zwei Association's first section, though the night was no longer young, Don Quixote was still vigorously sharing the tales of adventures without even a single sign of fatigue. She's not determined to do this until sunrise, is she? Or she is. Oh, I guess it's okay since Mayor seems to be having fun. As I continued to watch the pair with some mild concern, Amiya, not yet asleep, approached me. This city Miss Don Quixote speaks of seems to be teeming with fixers of justice and exhilarating tales of adventures. Did you actually experience all of them yourselves? No, of course not. Don Quixote stories are usually those of other famous people. But she's telling it with such vigor that it almost sounds like she was there herself. Well, I guess, if you really want to get into it, some of them might be retellings of Don Quixote's personal experiences. Ishmael replied uncertainly, thinking back to the place we were made to watch back in La Mancha Land. Well, I think all those stories, even though they are not only partially true, just go to show what a ridiculous place it can be. We wouldn't need fixers of justice to begin with if we really lived in a just world, right? A really good place to live would be quiet and peaceful without someone having to force it. Haha, that's true. I hope there'll come a day where Rhodes Island can be a normal pharmaceutical company in the future. Something wrong? No, I just thought Miss Mayers and I made eye contact. Did she overhear our conversation? I looked to her direction as well, but all I saw was Mayers excitedly reacting to Don Quixote's tales. Oh, what happened then? Thus spake Lady Otis. Okay, I know that Shakespearean English is, or even Old English is a kind of unknown to me for the most part, because I can barely speak my own native language, let alone English. But I have no clue that spake is a real word. Archaic past of speak. Okay. It was in the 1800s. Sure. Use fluid sequator. Brother. I am going to lose more sanity. Fuck you. That's my artist. That's the only thing she got. From 50 fucking pools. I am going to murder someone. It's probably going to be her. Or wait. I shouldn't murder my artist because then I don't have art. Klinken will be the replacement artist. I believe. Thus spake Lady Otis boldly before the soldiers who stood in our path. I have this sword. Thou presumest to stand in our path, servants of a master most unworthy. I, Otis, shall educate ye on how manner maketh. Don Quixote was now retelling the stories of Limbus Company's adventures in Hongyan, and Otis, who could no longer stand Don Quixote's unintentional alterations of the story, jumped to her feet and shouted. Damn it, what kind of nonsense are you feeding her? I never said anything like that. Verily, certain aspects of this retelling may have been exaggerated. That's the tales of adventures for you. Things are about to get a bit dry when a story is told too realistically and as is, right? You know nothing, not even anything resembling a proper record or a book remained once the profound silence swept through this village. So I've always had a craving for these kinds of stories. But Iberia doesn't stop Iberians from emigrating, contrary to their tight immigration control. Have you ever thought about leaving this place? It's still a challenge to cross the border, especially since we're going to have to pass through the larger cities that are managed by the Inquisition. You don't seem particularly fond of this Inquisition. Why is that? That's because this village was formed by people who grew tired of living under the Inquisition's rule and fled. Sorry, but what kind of organization is this Inquisition? Sinclair asked, face turning cold upon hearing the word Inquisition, and that people fled from it. Yeah, the nail and hammer we saw back at the cove aren't the kind memories that are so easily forgotten. According to Dr. kalt'sit, the Inquisition is what filled the power vacuum once Iberia fell into chaos. That its inquisitors are the rapier and lamp-wielding protectors of Iberia cities from lawlessness. That alone kind of makes them sound like good people, though. Yeah, they are, but there's the Church of the Deep. The Inquisition will go to whatever length to deal with incidents related to the Church that worships Seaborns. Fee, an organization that worships those monsters. It seems that cultish fanaticism is a plague wherever we go. I feel like people with all kinds of wrong faiths and beliefs are so common. See, the Seaborns are the ones that messed Iberia up, so following their logic, apparently it's okay for them to arrest anyone who seem even remotely connected to them. Are you saying that Iberia is like this because of the Seaborns? those things from earlier. I guess they were kind of troublesome to deal with, but they didn't seem that strong. Yeah, Klinken. Or Jiahuan. Sorry. They aren't that strong, huh? They are kind of easy, huh? Anyways, it's just what I heard from Gramps, but the Inquisition executed many innocent people too in their crusade against the Church of the Deep. For those who proclaim to be on the side of justice, they seem quite fond of committing such villainy. It seems like a reasonable policy decision to me. But it must pose a clear danger to the daily lives of civilians. Yeah, I heard I was the only survivor. Everyone in my family died. You must have had to endure such a long period of pain to be able to say something like that with such composure. For Iberia, they are heroes who will bring the land back to its glory days. But to Grams, they were just oppressors making his life difficult. That's why we've all come here, fleeing from the Inquisition's gaze. Yet, wherefore hast thou decided to settle at a place that is so, run down? Indeed. Yeah, I know, but it's not so bad once you get used to it. Besides, we managed to find a new pet thanks to you guys. A new pet? Well, it's getting late. Will you be repairing the ship tomorrow too? This place really has no soundproofing at all, huh? Good talk, everyone. Hope we'll get another chance to do this tomorrow too. After seeing Mayors to her own room, the other sinners, those who were still up anyways, I laid ourselves on the hearthstone floor with only a thin layer of cloth between it and our backs. A mysterious word that is neither the city nor the outskirts. But it seemed that the lives of the people led were just as difficult as they were anywhere else. So far it's only been an hour of reading. Okay, show me the new IDs that I will probably never use. And the new ego as well. Thank you. Okay. Let's switch you back, because I don't feel like using a Sloshmel for anything serious. Fuck it.
준비되었습니다.
I say we ball.
주인놈 뜻에 따라 지정 보.
죽음께서 흑수
걸맞는 곳이어야 할 거다.
That looks like a peak team to me.
양호. 아마도.
It's I don't want to say it. I really don't want to say it. It's so big. There you go. You have the sound clip without the game audio as well. Do whatever you want with it. Amazing! I didn't know there were remaining vessels of this class in Iberia. Aha, I espy her name here. It is called by the name Rebellion de las Masas. Rebellion de las Masas, Revolt of the Masses, is it? A name very much mired in peculiarity indeed. Monglu chimed in that he was rather fond of it, with its size being about the same as the boat from his home, while Ishmael quickly jumped in to correct us that its size alone wasn't anything special at the Great Lake, but it was still pretty big compared to Mephi or the Indigo Elder skiff. I thought it was going to be somewhere around Mephi's size at most. Are you sure you can get this ship fixed in a day or two? As I briefed you yesterday, the great majority of the time-consuming repairs had already been completed by the villagers. The extent of our repair efforts only concerned a few components within the vessel that the villagers could not repair, which shouldn't take us much time. Unless parts that are unfamiliar to Faust are also malfunctioning, such as the core engine, remaining repairs should be sufficiently managed by Faust. Yo, what's up, Carmen? How did your pools go? I've done almost 200 pulls and nothing. Double it and give it to the next person. 400 pulls and nothing. Despite Otis's confident declaration, I could not help but feel oddly unsettled as I looked at the ship. I don't know why, but something tells me that we don't want to linger here for too long. Still, please tell her about it, just in case. I'd rather not sit on a sinking ship again. The experience at the Great Lake was enough. Do not worry, Dante. Unlike Mephistopheles, most functions of this vessel, buoyancy gear, propeller, steering gear, are all in operational capacity. This repair should be much easier than the case with Mephistopheles. They seem confident enough. It should be safe this time around, right? Are we taking that rope to climb up to the ship? No, there's a lift-like apparatus down here. It should take us up to the ship. Its stability was verified yesterday. Let us board the lift. You are 100% certain, right? The boat is afloat right now, Dante. I don't think it'll be sinking anytime soon. Wouldn't that be nice? Oi, are you two just going to fuff about down here? We're heading up now. No, we're going with you. As I made my way into the vessel's bridge, I was greeted by the extravagant interior that was as gaudy as its exterior. This isn't real gold, is it? Sure is shiny as heck in here. I've got butterflies in my stomach. AS. Absolutely stunning. Aesthetically satisfying. Almost. She says. But too ostentatious, not quite my style. Our young Muffy is also quite the excellent vessel, yet imagine the adventures we could embark on aboard this vessel, most lavishly decorated. As Faust and Otis were working on one of the control panels, Ishmael walked up to another and interfaced with it before giving a knowing nod. This must have been an investigative or research vessel of sorts, but it does seem a bit extravagant for one of those, though. I am done with the advanced stages, my brain is fried. Look, coordinates updating in real time, it seems. The coordinates seem to have been set to somewhere out in the middle of the ocean. Maybe it points to a small islet. Nope, no islet there. What? Blimey, Les, you sure know how to sneak up on people. Mayors? Haha, what? Did I actually surprise you? I did ask if you guys were gonna come fix the boat today. Still, I didn't know you'd be here. Why are the coordinates set to this location? There are several undersea cities beneath those coordinates, collectively known as Aegir. Aegir. Gramps' home. I see. Understood. What was understood, if I may ask? It is now understood why the promise to repair this ship was sufficient to earn their trust and title of saviors. What's she on about? Someone get translated. Consolidating and cross-referencing the observed particular circumstances of the village and the statements from the village chief alongside information garnered from the exchange with mayors, it is possible to gauge the significance this ship's repair has to the local populace. Of course, while this may constitute a sequence of logical connection that poses a certain challenge for Heathcliffs to comprehend, to employ any degree of effort to attempt to explain it in more digestible language would constitute a pursuit of inefficiency. Lower the button, I implore you. I shall explain it in full. I was wondering when Miss Marters would start gabbing like that again. So, what's she on about? Heathcliff's shoulders were relaxed. It didn't seem like he was actually going to swing the bat. He placed it lightly over his shoulder with a sigh. A brief observation of the village seemed to suggest that their subsistence situation was quite dire. Much of their daily sustenance consisted of dried food, most of them made for long-term storage purposes. Considering what Scotty said about how the coastal areas are full of danger, maybe those dried seafood aren't from here either. Maybe it's food they packed when they first came to Faro Muerto. Some villagers were armed, yeah, and those sea terrors weren't exactly that formidable, but given the state the villagers are in, I thought they have an easy time repelling those monsters. Indeed, and that brings us to the question of sustenance. Right, I get what's going on here. The lass and her granddad are about to visit their hometown, and they're trying to get some food supplies from there to feed the villagers and to convince them they're planning to use the fact they're from the same neck of woods, or sea, I guess. Oh, so we're not just repairing their ship, we're repairing their food supply plan too. Huh? What's wrong? It's While the expression were rather crude, Heathcliff's summary of the situation was clear, to the point, and easily understood. The sinner stared at him with mild surprise. And I did too. What's with them annoying looks? Wait. Oh, you sods. You don't think I'm that dim-witted, do you? Top-notch intuition. It's just that it's been a while since you've shown this side of yourself. Thinking back, Heathcliff's intuition's always been excellent, and he'd often put together surprisingly accurate conclusions with impressive speed. You know, when you really think about it, it's kind of your fault for, I've been too soft on you lately, haven't I? Oi, get back here. Ahem. Now with those fools out of the conversation, was he correct? Otix looks away from the usual chaos and next mayors. Honestly, I'm surprised. He was on point. Yeah, food's been running low in the village. At this rate we won't last another year. But this Aegir will. I'm sure they'll welcome us with open arms. I don't want to come off like I'm overly worried, but do you think they'll welcome the others too? Unlike Mears or Chief, they are not Aegir. I believe they will. Iberia suspects and hates the Aegir for no other reason than that we are from the sea, but our home cannot have fallen so low as to abandon a group of starving land dwellers. Pretty, might thou explain to us who the Aegir are? I had initially thought it to be a reference to a region, yet it also seemed to refer to an affiliation of sorts. Maybe there's something like nest dwellers, though I don't think I've heard I've heard of a nest that accepts backstreet people with open arms. Or maybe they used to be some rich folk. If they call them nest toffs Aegir here, then does that make the rabbit-eared lass Aegir too? Wait, in the world you came from, do they not distinguish between races? That is not entirely true. Delineation between races is a concept that does exist. Though I only saw them in my phantoms, there were those terrifying things called the... No! Cuckoo spawns. However, as a general rule, it can be said that humans should be the only intelligent life form in the city. The people of Terra have slightly varying appearances depending on their race, like my Caetus ears. And I've got pointy ears because I'm an Aegir, though it's not a characteristic every Aegir shares. The closest idea to what they're discussing appeared to be, Don Quixote seemed to be struggling to finish her sentence, versus Septine to continue. By context clues and the manner of word usage, including the means of classification, the closest example in our word would be blood fiends, similar to external appearances to human, different natures comparable sapiens. This of my belief that blood fiends are ostracized due to their nature that make it coexistence with humans difficult. It may be that Aegir are also. I'm sure some of them do possess qualities that make coexistence with others difficult, but they're probably rare. Then wherefore are they made subjects of suspicion and hatred? That's, well, the language is new, but the idea itself is pretty familiar to the city folk like us. Think of the feathers of a fallen wing. Kids born in the back streets, people who replace their body parts with prosthetics. The form differs, yet in the essence we find the thread. Something about how we keep finding these similarities in the ways of our life, despite finding ourselves in a distant world with different rules, races and humans, felt oddly discomforting. The point is, you guys are doing us a real solid by fixing up the ship. Let's move on from these gloomy conversations, okay? I wanna show you the cooler parts of this ship, this way. The ship tour may have to wait. The repairs are almost completed, but an issue has arisen. Issue? Wow, that's not reassuring at all. Multiple lifeforms identified ahead, assumed to be a seaform terror horde. The ship's radar system seems to suggest that the vessel is surrounded. They're the same monsters from yesterday. Executive Manager, please order us to prepare for battle. Damn it, are they the sea terrors you encountered? They look a bit different, but yeah, probably. There's a lot of them, but if our last experience tells us anything, we should be able to handle this. Amiya, please support us in battle like you did yesterday. Canst thou fight, young mayors? I feel like I'm just gonna get in your way. Then guys, find a place to keep mayors as far as possible from the battle. Then let's hurry down there. We don't want them damaging the ship any further. Ooh, that's cool. Shell Sea Runner. What are you called? Deep Sea Slider. Anyways, Winred. Like, come on, GF1. They just told us that these enemies are quite easy. How could the final boss be anything but easy? Like, come on.
적에게 치명상을 입혔군요. 관리자님은 당신이 생각하는 것보다 대단한 능력을 갖추고 있다고 제가 늘 말씀드렸죠.
하늘이 갑자기 확
저는
돌아갔네.
언제나
솔직하게 말해서 한 번에 이렇게 강한 공격을 할 줄은 모르고 옛날에 만든 기술을 가지고 왔거든.
Had enough shots on my pools to get 3 new things.
자부심을 가져도 좋겠어.
Oh no. That's rough.
직접 나서지. 영원한 참으로 인도하리.
I still have like 200 for most of the series.
제가 전무되었습니다.
이대로면 승리도 시간 문제겠지?
탈출 개체 확인.
시비수에게 나왔다.
우리를 방금 구월 본 것인가? 엄청나게
Oh no.
빈틈 투성이로군. 나도 지킬 게 많거든.
와우! 벌써 재료를 저기까지 손질해둔 것슈? 오늘 목을 내놓고 있도록
For some reason, I have this feeling that during the next 4 weeks or so, I will just simply not get anything ego-wise, aside from the guarantee at the 200 pool
약점은 명백해.
and the event reward.
이렇게 간단하면 김틈투성이로 수리하는 맛이 안 나잖아. 그렇지. 그게 바로 핵심 증거라고.
이대로 몰아붙이면 아무 저항도 못하고 사건이 해결될 수밖에 없겠는데요?
아르카나 슬레이버.
좋아. 이번에는 제대로 들어가.
아르카나 슬레이버.
승객이 딱콩 한 방 먹였어.
넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠고.
이제 끝났네. 너희들이 원하는
Mission
거 맞지?
accomplished.
아 여기저기 부서진 것 같은데 저건 우리 직원들 시켜서 고쳐야겠다. 수리 대금도 받고 시민들도 금방 편해질 테고.
Right. I should be.
다음에 대해 들어본 적 있는가? 없어도 전혀.
I just noticed.
지금 우리가 본
Even this music is from ARKNIGHTS.
그런 것.
Hell yeah. Ahem. Anyways, let's do a few more pulls. Just a few more. Oh. Can do one more with free lunacy. Well, fuck. Anyways.
헌팅 커틀러리 준비 끝.
Since I'm about to reach the pity,
이 안정감 있고 부드럽게 잡히는 푹신. 최상. 이런 푹신한 말. 안 풀리는
which one? Which one would you guys recommend as a possible new ego havers? What do? Nervous impairment. At 30 sec becomes staggered. Then take fixed damage equal to 25% of this unit's max HP and remove this effect. Don't get hit.
아무것도 남지 마라.
왜 안에 갇혀 죽어라.
그렇지. 그게 바로 핵심.
Because
이대로 몰아붙이면
약점 명령. 경영진.
Gregor's looks actually pretty damn good, as in what it does. And I'm strictly thinking about it as a solo sense, because I just do solos. However, I don't really play Gregor.
당신이 생각하는 것보다 대단한 능력을 갖추고 있다. 제가 늘 말씀드렸죠. 저는 언제나
Do I max out Middle Dawn and Mercer? Yes.
가론 신나. 노래 부를까?
You max out everyone. It's that easy.
제압 완료.
You play the game for 200 million hours and just max out everyone.
그러니까 아무도 없었다는 거야.
뭐 방금같이 조금만 더 하면 진짜 아무도 남지 않긴 하겠네요.
Am I actually on hard difficulty? I mean, I've been getting the lunacy from both difficulties, so I guess I am.
효율적인 대처로 대치를 펼치고
But
지킬 게
참고로
많거든.
기계는 입에 달린 말 따위 쉽게 하지 않아.
I don't know, I just feel like the enemies shouldn't be this easy on hard.
아, 너희가 아까 생공격을 한 바람에 밤이 저기까지 들어가서 안 돌아와. 나 이거 잠깐 수리 좀 해야 할 것 같은데. 잠깐 집중해야 하니까 말 그만할게.
고작 이 정도
넌 잘했어?
그래. 딱 반쯤 죽여버려. 13점
하늘이 갑자기 확 돌아갔네?
The enemies later on are a bit more annoying.
한 번에 이렇게 강한 공격을 할 줄은
이걸로
모르고
사건
아주 옛날에
해결.
만든 기계.
Mission
전개가
accomplished.
예상되는
뭐 정확한 수치는 몰라도
삼주
아무튼
소
대단한
수준의
공격을 성공한
전투.
거네.
The remaining entities have all returned to the sea. Is everyone okay? It was just like our last skirmish. Sea terrors that had surrounded the ship returned to sea even before the battle came to an end, and their retreat felt too orderly and deliberate to be just running away. It's almost like they're making a tactical retreat. We're doing peachy, but what about the ship? Foe, is the ship okay? Minor damages to the hull, but nothing that will impede the ship's operational capabilities. Phew. So I noticed during the battle, I might be wrong of course, but I think I noticed how around the end of the battle those monsters were starting to go after the manager. You're probably right, actually. I noticed too, at some points during our battle, those monsters realized that it's the manager who's commanding the rest of us. I sensed the very same. Their movements were fluid and adaptive, as though they were learning our behavior. Why does the Church of the Deep worship monsters like them? That ain't much of a question, innit? They must have all gone mental. I'm sure they have many reasons, but Seaborns are beings of infinite potential, so much so that there's no superlative big enough to properly convey the scale. As organisms, they can endlessly evolve and adapt. Every time they encounter a new environment or a new element, they transform themselves and other Seaborns. Maybe that's their draw. That fascination may be an attitude most befitting a researcher, yet the transformation of fascination into idolatry, if I may be frank, not entirely positive. I find them pretty uncomfortable, they just remind me of whales. Then can they adapt to learn language to communicate with us? What? Going by everything we heard, I think they sound really smart. Mayer's eyes went around Honglu's suggestion. She brought her hands to her mouth, surprised. It sure was something. I heard that there was a Seaborn who could talk. If non-humans speak the language of humans, regardless of its testament to their intelligence, I can only think of two possibilities as to why they would. One to communicate with humans, the other to deceive humans. More often than not, it's the latter. What about distortions? Some of them already know how to speak. Distortions are phenomena in which humans transform into monstrous forms, first observed after the White Nights and Dark Days incident. Therefore, that ensemble is irrelevant to Otis's supposition. White Nights and Dark Days. She whispered quietly, but as she was standing rather close to her, we all caught on to the hint of joy in her voice. The pillar of light in the city, did it really? How have you come across this knowledge, Miss Mayers? Oh, that's... Ain't it obvious? We got the culprit right here, the storyteller who's been gabbing on with no end. Yeah, she's been talking non-stop all morning about all kinds of stories, hasn't she? Oh, yet I have not gotten that far. You again. You didn't get so lost in your own stories that you blabbed all about our company's secrets, have you? Nay, fie, I would simply not. As Don Quixote was subject to yet another round of scolding, Mia stared out toward the sea, worried that sea terrors might start crawling to the surface once again before turning towards us. I wonder which of the two the Seaborn are. Their sense of self is really faint, so I don't think they'd be in either category. I think it's possible that they learned human language out of instinct that the power of speech might help them survive. It appears that you, Miss Mayers, are quite the expert on the subject of Seaborns. Your knowledge of them goes beyond what fear for one's survival may yield, thereby suggesting a different means of acquisition. Do you by chance worship the Seaborns? I don't worship Seaborns. Seaborns don't have any hopes or wishes, just desire for survival. Miss Mayers, does that mean if Seaborns were somehow able to hope? Maybe so. Is that so? The repairs are complete. Huh? As we were conversing, Faust descended from the ship with a neatly organized set of tools borrowed from the village. Repairs completed. I'm guessing repairs are done. Yes, the ship is ready to set sail. Did you have a departure time and date in mind? I would prefer it if we could depart as soon as possible. We don't have a set time or anything, but I think we should be able to set sail this late afternoon at the earliest. That's soon. As you've seen, we don't have a lot to bring with us, haha. By the way, how far out to sea do you guys need to go? We need to find this dimensional door of sorts. I could see the dimensional door's light from the beach at night. It was faint, but given how light's strong enough to break through the sea fog, we should be able to determine its location somewhere around the coastal waters. So we can go back tonight. The first order of business is to relay this news to the villager. Yeah, back to the village for now.
승리의 보람과 세상의 아름다움에 대해 들어본 적 있는가? 없어도 전혀 상관없다네. 지금 우리가 보는 경치가 바로 그런 것일 테니.
Want to murder you. For Gamba. Open something finally. Nah. Nah. There just simply is nothing I can open. I am probably going to do my free pulls as well before even thinking about exchanging anything, because I might, not may, just might be able to get at least one during the next 4 weeks. Or do you need more? No. No. Don't give me money for Gamba. For 2 reasons. One is that I'm pretty sure that when YouTube sends me the money, it's going to be after the event ends. Because unfortunately it's not instant. And the other is that it's just a bad financial investment. Too late. Brother. Brother. What do you mean, too late? Let's go another hour of reading. There's something going on in the village. Yeah, I hear it too. I'm hearing people shouting and hollering. When we return to the village, ship's repairs completed, we are welcomed by a rather hostile standoff. A quick count told me that there were approximately 20 people assembled at the village square. Considering its population, that was pretty much the whole village. Oh, who's that over there? Inquisitor. I think we've been found. She looks sick. I don't know who she is, but she looks sick. The Inquisitor, dressed in a well-kept uniform, was about the same height as Don Quixote. The sword and lamp hanging from her waist sits in stark contrast with the more rundown, ramshackle village. I see. She almost looked like a fixer from the city. So the Inquisition has discovered our village. Did you really think you could forever stay out of the Inquisition's gaze, citizen? That's a naive dream. Fabulous. Disappeared from the Inquisition mid-interrogation under the charges of suspicion of membership within the Church of the Deep. Oh, not fabulous, Fabius. Last known location, Assault Flat. The other Inquisitors have informed me that you have been identified next to pirates in its fringes. From a criminal to an outlaw, what a dramatic evolution of your career. But it ends here, now. Every citizen here, including you, will be accompanying me to the Inquisition. They have never broken a single law, nor are they outlaws of any kind. They are not like me. They disregarded the Inquisition's authority, evaded the gaze of Iberia, and found this southern coast to lurk in. Tell me, I'm not supposed to find that suspicious. What are you talking about? You can't just start arresting people left and right with a tenuous suspicion like that. You shouldn't. We only wish to live a quiet life, ma'am. Is that so? Then you might find yourself returning to this village one day, as long as you're telling the truth. Which is not an option for you, Fabius. Mayors, was Chief really a pirate? Well, yeah, but as far as I know, he's been out of the game for a while. And even when he ran with the pirates, all he ever did was share fine beef jerky to villagers. Or carry Aegarians between them. Even if you're telling the truth, Mayors, I doubt the Inquisition will be lenient. Well, what now? I have but one question to ask. That Inquisitor, is she following the proper legal procedures? I don't know much about the laws of Iberia, but Dr. kalt'sit told us that the words of Inquisitors were pretty much the law here. It is likely that she is following the proper legal procedures. The procedures are precisely what the villagers have fled from, after all. Then it is decided. Otis quietly dragged me to the side and whispered outside the Mayor's earshot. The sinners who were right next to me seem to have picked it up, though. Okay, but do you need more? No. Absolutely fucking not, Lexi. Absolutely fucking not. Executive Manager, we best immediately return to the ship, take command of it, and sail out on our own. It is unwise to involve ourselves in this conflict. What? Are you seriously suggesting that we just let them arrest the villagers? Didn't you hear what the Inquisitors said? It seems quite cut and dry to me. If this is just standard procedure with no local laws broken, we are in no place to involve ourselves. Our best hope is to take the ship before they impound that too. We can do that, even if it is standard procedure, even if they're working within the law. It's not. You stayed up to hear Mayor's story too, didn't you? You know, the Einkorp Inquisitors were working within the law too when they came for the village. That was standard procedure too. If anyone had stepped in then. I know what you went through, but I'd still rather not take a risk in an unfamiliar environment like this. I will try my best to figure out how to sail that ship. If I cannot, then I have faith in Ishmael to quickly learn its controls. I can't say you're wrong, I don't know. Neither you nor I know anything about the ocean currents, he wrote this. We can get the ship going, but I can guarantee that we'll reach the dimensional door without any trouble. You, do you know anything about the sea currents in this region? Not much, but I know the coastal sea somewhat, and you can't fight the Inquisitor directly here in Iberia. Fleeing with that ship might be a better option. What should we do, Dante? Yeah, I guess it's kinda awkward for us to just take the ship and go, huh? How about we try to talk to the Inquisitor then? I think we should at least try to hear them out first. Them being the Inquisitor and the Chief both. If the discussion goes well, we might even be able to get the Inquisitor's support. Like Mr. Honglu said, we should hear them out first, then try to convince them. I agreed with them both. First, let's at least see what the Inquisitor has to say. Or. Rabbit's right, she says. Are you certain the translation was accurate, Sinclair? Right? There's no way Ryoshu would choose anything other than violence, right? Idiots. It's because the other options are pointless. Inquisitor's seen us. We're already under suspicion. She will doubtless try to stop us if we flee now. So talk first, lower her guard, then attack. Pretty sure that's not what Amiya meant. Well, if she's already onto us, then we shouldn't give her any excuse to attack us by running away. I was wondering what you were doing there, lurking in the background. A clock-shaped head. Are you from the Colombian Union? They're wearing a clock for a head due to reasons, but they have nothing to do with the Colombian Union. What's the Colombian Union? TikTok? What? Which language are they speaking? Regardless of whether you're from Colombia or not, you're clearly not from Iberia, let alone this village. You're not wrong, but I think there's been a bit of a misunderstanding. I'm quite certain you don't know enough about these villagers to stand between them and an Inquisitor. How long have you been staying here? 2 days? Buddy, don't just tell her that. 2 days? Alright, enough of this chicanery. Get out of my way, outsider. The attempt appears to have been made on quite the unstable ground. Please, lend us your ear for a minute, Inquisitor. I am Amiya, leader of Rhodes Island. Yes, I am aware of Iberia's close border situation. I felt hope swelling within me as Amiya began with confidence, unlike Sinclair. Alas, it was short-lived. Thanks to the Inquisitor's quick retort, I couldn't help but place my palm against my forehead at the exchange that followed. Oh, so not only are we dealing with outsiders of dubious origins, we have illegal entry as well. That's, we had to, because the issue demands urgency, and I've been briefed, brazenly crossed the border, didn't you? I don't know how urgent that issue could be, but I doubt it's anything more significant than the situation at hand for Iberia and its Inquisition. The High Inquisitor is handling the Rhodes Island issue. Stay put and await the consequences while he and that chatty mad doctor of yours talk it out. Do know that your treatment may depend on her negotiation skills. As for the village chief, I understand that you have the right to arrest him, as he is a fugitive who has fled in the middle of an interrogation and has been sailing with the pirates. However, it is an inhumane treatment to arrest the rest of the villagers as well. Inhumane, this decision is well within the rights bestowed upon the Inquisition. They've lived for years right next to that highly suspicious Aegir. The Inquisition must investigate the rest of them as well to verify whether they have committed any acts of treason against our laws. This isn't going anywhere, is it? Listen, they've been surviving for years upon years by the coast without the protection of the Inquisition, and that simply cannot make sense. Boy, I think I heard enough from you. Ain't it funny how you're blaming them for what's essentially a failure of your responsibilities? And now you're all up in here only to go they shouldn't be alive. I'm arresting them all. What are you saying? These people should all be dead or something? I am. There's no other way to cut it. People simply shouldn't be able to survive in a place like this, not for this long. The Inquisitor's quick reply only seemed to fan Heathcliff's flat as he lifted his bat and began striding forward. That's it. Les, if you even so much as touch the tip of a single villager's hair, please calm yourself, Heathcliff. But Hon, you stepped in between them. Get your bloody hands off of me. I've had enough of her. Fuck. Continuing to threaten her will cause something irrevocably bad to happen. I believe you know that yourself, Heathcliff. What do you suggest then? We're clearly not making any progress by trying to talk this out. Excuse me, Miss Inquisitor. What do you mean that people shouldn't be able to survive in a place like this? I mean it literally. Even by some miracle that they actually do survive, they should at least be suffering from endless hunger, struggling to their wits' end at the inevitability of the calamity. But they look too healthy. The heck? Then shouldn't you be applauding them for managing to survive through so much hardship? I am an Inquisitor. I am not some crazy person on a power high who goes around accosting and arresting civilians of Iberia straight to the gallows, okay? I have more than enough probable cause to take them in for interrogation. It's just that I don't have the time or the energy to explain every single one of them to you outsiders. I promise them a fair judgment, whichever way that may be, after a proper investigation. So stop it with this obstruction of justice. The Inquisitor brandished her rapier threateningly, her voice shaking with frustration. Dante. Without the full picture of the circumstances, Faust advises against further antagonization of a local political authority. I agree with Faust. I get the feeling that she isn't the kind of heartless Inquisitor that goes around indiscriminately executing innocents like Miss Mayor told us about earlier. I don't think she's anything like the Inquisitors of Ancorp we saw back at COLLAB. They were right. We didn't have the full picture of the circumstances. Getting in the way of an Inquisitor, who was clearly a rather significant political entity in the area, was most likely a bad idea. It isn't the Inquisitor's job to answer your questions. Continue to obstruct me then. As the standoff was showing no signs of ending, Miss Mayers, I can answer your questions, so for now, let's do as the Inquisitor says. Mayers, who had been hiding behind us ever since we returned to the village, suddenly stepped forward. Yet, what of thy grandfather and the villagers? It's alright. I'm sure this is happening only because the Inquisitor doesn't know. What do you mean you'll answer the questions? About the profound silence. Why did the music stop? Mir's response to Otis was but a single concept. It didn't quite grasp its significance, but it seemed to surprise the Inquisitor. That's what they call the calamity that destroyed Iberia. Clear stage? Oh no. Oh no. The black silence if he was loud or something. You. Decades ago, a great wave ravaged through Iberia. It wasn't long before the Seaborns, carried by the waves, diminished Iberia's brilliant civilization to this. The waves, the profound silence then must have reduced the village to its current state as well. Is there any reason it's called the profound silence? It doesn't seem to be the most appropriate moniker for a calamity like that. It's because the sea went that silent before the waves came. The silence then claimed ships out at sea, then the cities of Iberia, then the Iberians. No one could say a word in face of the ineffable calamity. What are you? No average Iberian citizen should be privy to any of the information you're sharing. and the Church of the Deep is really capitalizing on the pandemonium that followed the profound silence. They pretend to be Aegir from the sea, delude the citizenry of Iberia, and are sowing chaos in her lands. So that's why they're arresting the Aegir left and right. I can see the thought process, but so it's understandable why the Inquisitor would want to arrest us. Dante. This isn't good. Sharing that seems to have been some kind of a taboo-like thing for the Inquisition. The Inquisitor wordlessly stares at my ears. Her eyes were filled with traces of anger and confusion, but she's afraid. There was fear in the face of a threat. Not the fear of the terrified, no, it's the fear of someone who's suddenly confronted with something they must destroy. The High Inquisitor once told me, should I come across an Aegir who knows too much, there is a sliver of chance that they may be of assistance to Iberia. Seas are threatening the innocent with the brandishing of a firearm, but most are seduced by the allure of the sea. Thus they are, with little doubt, our foes. I've got a bad feeling about this. Get out of my way, outsider. Final warning. Run. Quick on the uptake as always, Radia slung mares over her shoulder and ran past the villagers, while the sinners scattered in all directions to distract the Inquisitor. The Inquisitor draws a firearm. And in the midst of all that action, Don Quixote rushed toward the Inquisitor without a moment's hesitation. Don Quixote, thou shalt go no further. I, a fixer of justice, shan't abide by as thou persecute them. Forsooth, this a battle delayed, not avoided. This clash is inevitable. In that moment of crisis, seconds before this could irrevocably make us a new enemy, you know it's gonna be a rough ride when it says clear stage. Am I supposed to say this as monster or monitor? I don't speak enough kalt'sit. Monster, I think. Okay, I would like to get a second opinion, because the guy who completed a single chapter of ARKNIGHTS isn't the most accurate source of pronunciation information. ARKNIGHTS how to say, pronounce monster on monster. It's pronounced monster, like a monster. Replacing the Russian Cyrillic letter 3 Z with sounds like Z, creating monstre. So it's supposed to be monstre. I see. Wait. Does she have a voice line where she says her name? Dialogue. Deployment to be added. What do you mean to be added? Oh. I want to murder someone. Oh! She quite literally just came out on global. That's why the wiki isn't updated yet. Okay. Or at least the human form just came out on global. Okay, give me the voice lines. Give me deployment 1. Combat. There it is. It's just monster. Okay. Anyways, monster. A large obsidian crystallization in the shape of a monster burst forth between the two of them. Gah, who is it this time? That's enough meaningless bickering. Dr. Kalt'sit. Do you know her? Yes, she's Dr. Kalt'sit, Rhodes Island's medical department's. Dr. Kalt'sit, behind you. Grr. Shoot first, talk later, is it? The negotiations are over. From this moment onward, Rhodes Island is now operating with a legal capacity on Iberian territory under the Inquisition's authorization. The Inquisitor fired a blast of that firearm-looking weapon, but the monster summoned by Dr. Kalt'sit managed to deflect it. And the cannonball thrown from the weapon punched clean through the wall of the building we stayed the night in, before punching through several other buildings behind it. That was enough to instantly freeze the sinners and the villagers on the spot. That penetrated the building. Though their walls may be weaker than the head standard for what counts as a building's exterior wall, to punch through so many is... Puff. What a precise point it makes. Now's not the time to stand around impressed. It is a violation of a taboo to have that much penetrative power in a firearm. We are not in the city. Don't lose your heads over this. Taboos don't apply here. My head knows that to be true, yet my heart finds it difficult to be still. That is enough of that discussion for now. It is advisable that we carefully observe and grasp the situation at hand instead of deliberating on a taboo, the jurisdiction of which does not reach this far. Yeah, so the situation's gotten slightly better, right? If she's Amiya's friend, she's our ally. Besides, she's got some super powerful looking prosthetic gear looking thingy too. Is that what you think? I apologize for the disappointment, but I am not on anyone's side. In other words, your particular denomination, ally, might not be entirely correct. However, if I must define my allegiance, then let me inform you that the closest label would be that I am an Inquisitor Irene's ally. Dr. Kalt'sit. Amiya, outsiders. As much as you would like to deny it, the Inquisitor's suspicions are true. While it can be said that the process by which she reached that conclusion was unfair, the conclusion itself is without a doubt correct. So they're actually connected to the Church of the Deep. That is one way to put it. To be more precise, they aren't connected to the Church of the Deep. They are the Church of the Deep, whereas the village itself is a dilapidated church of their congregation. Our village, a church. Just look at our buildings. Where would we even congregate? Your thoughts first? There are not many resources by which we may analyze the decision. However, the fact that Amiya's colleague has made the same argument as the Inquisitor brings the accused defense into question. Yet I can hardly believe that young Bayers is lying to us. Hold on. You've been chatting plenty with that Inquisitor or whatever. How do we know you weren't aligned with them the whole time? I see. You really are all entirely in the dark. Unexpected outcome, given that all of you may be from a place far beyond the dimensional door. As fortune should have it, there is no need for you to know it anyway. Truth is truth, unchanging, without the acceptance from an errant group of outsiders. Besides, soon... I'm sorry it seems that we've mired you in this trouble. Ah, say no such thing. We shall not abide by as one such injustice as perpetrated before our eyes. The village has already been identified by the Inquisition, and the Inquisition has ever brought an ally. Has even brought an ally. God damn. It seems quite unlikely that word shall resolve this conflict. But we promise you, we will take responsibility for what is done. We have benefited far too much from your warmth and kindness not to do so. The village chief, with a benevolent look, pulls a dagger from his cloth. And I immediately knew what Dr. kalt'sit was about to say. Take responsibility? You don't have to go that... blimey. We are not departing for the sea. Yet, as we cannot bring ourselves to leave you here, I must ask you to join us for this journey. Become our bloodkin. What are you doing? Stop. The unanticipated, or perhaps I was simply in denial of this rising dread, ambush did not end there. Damn it, the Inquisitor was right. The villagers suddenly began shanking the sinners with weapons they had concealed in their clothes, and it seemed that they were coming for me as well. Amiya, on your left. Amiya materialized a black ribbon-like apparition, parrying away the dagger flying in my direction. But another villager rushed in, taking advantage of the opening. Charging villager's back made a visceral, crunchy noise. Someone flung them away. Didn't mean to be this late. Scuddy, let me catch you up to speed. I know the situation. This fishy smell was what I went to investigate earlier. What about the sinners? Unlike Amiya and I, who managed to survive the initial ambush, the sinners weren't doing so well. Turn the clock, bro. At least we had a silver lining in that the Inquisitor and Dr. kalt'sit's quick understanding of the situation and the subsequent retaliation led by the villagers away from the sinners. How? I didn't notice any hostility or aggression. What an odd thing to say. Why would we hold any animosity against you? Why would we intend to kill you? We are not trying to hurt you, we are simply trying to give you a form better suited for the sea. Until we were obstructed. I apologize for the unfamiliarity has caused you trouble, Inquisitor. I won't make a big stink about what happened. What's truly unforgivable is that the heretics tried to take advantage of the ignorance of outsiders to flee the Inquisition. And even if you are outsiders, any lives lost on Iberian soil are my responsibility. It's my fault. I'm sorry it came to this. Wait, lives lost? We're still alive, you know. We can shake off a stab wound like... This is most unfortunate, outsider. Huh? What? Your friends are either going to die or turn into Seaborns. The daggers that stabbed them were laced with the flesh of sea terrors. Once that happens, most die, and the survivors become overwritten by their cells, becoming nothing more than another sea monster. What? That's not a very big deal? Everyone was acting like this was it for the sinners, but hey, I should be able to deal with this by turning the clock. It's not that bad. My only concern was that I didn't know what would happen if I tried to bring them back after they are fully transformed into Seaborns. The Golden Bow helped deal with the whale's palidification effects, but I had no idea how it would interact with Seaborns' transformations. We should just kill them before they turn. I know this must be very hard for you to... What? Sorry to bother you with this, but can you kill my friends? And preferably in the least painful way, you know. Oh, sorry. Was the last part kind of too much to ask? Wait, don't give up already. If we bring them back to Rhodes Island, we should be able to do something to help them. How should I explain this, guys? Can you... Dante, I know what you mean, but haha, I just can't right now. My strength has rapidly deteriorated since the ambush. It's kinda tingly too, so maybe they use some kind of paralytic cocktail. Just trust me this one time. I assure you that I'm not just giving up on them. But, yeah. Can you understand the outsider speech? Yes, it's just that they're making a pretty difficult request. They want me to kill all of their friends before they transfer into Seaborns. Okay. Absolute cinema. Absolute fucking cinema. Yeah. And before we even knew it, Scuddy had already decapitated the sinners, none of whom resisted. Amiya seemed to have taken aback by how fast Scuddy jumped into action. What are you doing? Scuddy, don't let this spook you. This is just how we roll. The clock turns. The decapitated heads creep towards the headless torsos, connecting with the threads of blood. The sensation is that of reversal. It feels as though the sinners and I are severed from the rest of the world, rewinding in isolation. Is this rewinding us going back in time, or are we defying the concept itself? This pain is multifold worse than the sensation of a straightforward decapitation. The pain is in the heart. As the current of death reverses, I sense a deep, crushing isolation. Their wounds are disappearing. Resurrection. Metempsychosis. Almost. Metempsychosis. Psychosis. Metempsychosis, or time reversal. Puzzling. I have no knowledge with which to interpret this technology. The cost seems to be that of the pain is transferred to one who rewinds. But that seems too small a price for such a great power, though the discussion of whether this can be categorized as power should be explored later. I couldn't stop shaking, all of my limbs were trembling from the icy solitude. Still, I took a moment to collect myself and order the sinners. I don't know just what they were thinking, but we should be able to find out once we take them down. You dare deceive the executive manager and try to take their life. Prepare thyself, for thou shalt not pay the price for making a mockery of justice. Yeah, we can't just let this slide, you know. How unfortunate. I had high hopes that all of you would become fine bloodkins. This is going to be another incident wherein my throat fucking dies.
공감의 영역은 잘 쓰지 않았던 기능이라 일단 먼지를 털어내야 하거든요.
I heard this music before. Is it from ARKNIGHTS or did I just forget that this was Limbus OST? Okay. What do you do? Don't worry about it. Or Hongyu mess his shit up.
개체의 유효한 속성을 정확하게 간파했습니다. 제 예상만큼 관리자님의 능력이 우수하다는 것이 증명되는 것 같아. 다행이군요.
Okay, did nothing. Alright, the only heisho that I have is Uma-sung on the fucking bench. Well, anyways. They heal sanity. Could you pretty please just don't? Simply not heal sanity? Okay, you can finally attack over here. And since I still have no clue what it does, Donkey will just win. Hell yeah. Bro. Okay, the sanity problems or issue might be slightly problematic. Slightly.
그래도 완전 좋은 판단이었던 건 사실이네요.
I forgot to place Amiya as the announcer once again.
우와, 가름도 깜짝.
Okay, you have 2 attacks now. Yeah. Actually, your counter would be better. Retreat order. What do you mean, retreat order? What do you do? I don't think you can retreat a hair show that's not in the fight. So I'm just not going to worry about it. Oh yeah, speed really is the issue, huh? Can you take over anyone? You can take over one person. Yeah, you should be fine there. That goes to Otis. Struggling. The Odyssey had a purpose. Oh. Both of them attack you. Would you like to horse around a bit? Okay, I am clashing with everything. I think. Bro.
차라리 아무것도 남지 마라. 날 이해하는 감동적이지 않을 수 없네.
Okay. Do I even care that there are ads in this fight? Could I just fucking go ham on the main guy?
목적이 있었지.
Because usually, without the leader, the others just fall. We got the horse.
마무리까지 끝나면 너희 안가품 장부에 특별히 한정판 고양이 스티커를 붙여주지.
We got the horse. It's time to horse around. Favored, I believe in you. Favored, I believe in you as well. And then this might get a bit wild. Just not gonna lie, the others don't seem all that threatening.
이대로 몰아붙이면 아무 저항도 못하고 사건이 해결될 수밖에 없겠는데요?
It's only the main guy that I am slightly concerned about, but 24/5 sinking is going to take care of that problem.
제압 완료.
본인이 방금 뭘 본 것인가? 엄청나게 강한 일격을.
Yeah, we are fine. We are so fine.
직접 나서지.
속에서
I still don't understand how the difficulty could spike up from here to the supposed boss being actually difficult.
이걸로 사건 해결.
알아들을 수
전개가
없는
예상되는
말투만 고치면 딱
삼추
좋겠어.
소수진
4번
전투.
수감자.
The bosses are a reading check. Brother, I have not read anything so far, other than what the defensive skill does. And then I just ignored it. Wait, I think they're heading to... Is running himself into a dead end. Are they seeking refuge at sea? Wait, that's where the ship is. That's where they're headed. They're trying to board the vessel messes. Wait, but we never told them that the ship was repaired, so how? Ain't it obvious? The whole village is in on it. It ain't a surprise that they sent someone to spy on us or know a way to get to the ship floating even in its broken state. Vessel? Messes? Vessel Rebellion de las Masas. The ship is moored at the port in that direction. Wait, it can't be. Irene, who was preoccupied with battling the rest of the followers of the Church of the Deep, who were in hiding, quickly gave chase. But Fabius and the villagers were already aboard the repaired ship, slowly departing the harbor with a horde of sea terrors between us and them. How can a vessel of that size become operational this fast? The exterior, the name, must have been constructed during the golden age of Iberia. But how are we supposed to chase that? What if we built a raft and rode after them? Mate, come on. Sea is full of sea terrors. It won't get very far before it sinks. Do you see something, Amiya? Keep looking in that direction. Oh. The vessel must have soon departed into the mist, and the village was left empty with nary a sign of people ever having been there, as though this gateway had all been premeditated. Leaving only mayors. What do you mean?
예전보다 많이 나아진 것 같다. 나도. 그러고 보니까 그 환상체 이제 가호를 내려준 아이가 없어졌지? 다시 관리를 맡겨주실까?
Oh, I'm still poor. Damn it. Can't we just take any ship to go after it? It's a research vessel. It can't possibly be very fast. This will be difficult. Even if it is a research vessel, I'm sure it was constructed during the golden age of Iberia. No average ship can keep up with it. Which is a problem because I doubt we have any ship that can travel at the same speed. We only have a few small vessels left, which are all anchored too far from this location to be feasible options. Do we have any recourse? No. Not unless we can identify the exact location of the vessel. Which is the real problem. We can find ourselves a ship to go after them, yes, but most eyes of Iberia, the lighthouses were lost during the profound silence. Wait, when you say most, do you mean that there's some left? Just one, as far as I know. The one in Gran Faro, but that lighthouse cannot be used at this moment. There's another. There's a lighthouse you can use. Really? Are you really going to give one of the villagers the benefit of the doubt? Yet young Shkadi had already confirmed her to be safe. All I confirmed is whether she's a Seaborn or not. Can't confirm if she's a cultist. This is true, yet... Once we saw that Mayers was left all on her own, we decided to have her accompany us at all times and keep her within Irene's eyeshot. We couldn't possibly blame her for what happened, given Skadi's confirmation that she doesn't have anything to do with those sea monsters, besides they all left her behind. But Irene still seemed to harbor a bit of suspicion. The problem with the Aegir is that she simply knows too much. Where could she possibly have gained access to all that information? See, she can't even answer that question. But let's think about it this way. What if we were to ask her what we don't know? The location of that lighthouse, for example. They're ticking rapidly. What did they say? Dante says we should approach it differently and ask her what we don't know, like the location of the lighthouse. That seems like a reasonable suggestion to me. Or does the Inquisitor have an alternative solution to this conundrum? No, but fine, let's hear it. I want to interrogate you about how you gained access to things that even us Inquisitors don't know, at least not right now. Faro Muerto, that lighthouse, that's our village name. Somewhere a little ways off the coastline, there's an intact Eye of Iberia on the sea, though it was almost destroyed when the profound silence swept through. Of the coastline, is it not connected to the land? I think it used to be until it sank. We should be able to procure ourselves enough wooden material from the village to build a raft. Is it near enough for a raft to be means of access? The weather's not great today, but it should do. It's not very far from the coast. Even you're going to trust the Aegir. I don't see why I shouldn't. I understand that the Iberian mistrust of the Aegir is quite profound, yet such sentiment is hollow to the rest of us. Inquisitor Irene, what did you feel when you saw the Rhodes Island operator? If you're talking about the Countess, nothing in particular, other than a slight annoyance when she accused me of being inhumane. So you didn't harbor any hostility nor disgust, not that you would have felt any sense of sympathy or empathy either. I thought, I have no history of feelings for or against the Aegir. Such must be the same for the outsiders. What's she on about? She's conveying that in matters in regards to Mayors, our opinions are more objective than Irene's. Finding the vessel Fabius commandeered will be of benefit to all. Limbus Company will gain an opportunity to return to the city via the Dimensional Door, while Rhodes Island will have the chance to study it at a closer proximity. And the Inquisition will gain possession of the vessel in which the technology from the Iberian Golden Age is contained. What? You're just going to hand it over to the Inquisition? Why should we covet what was once Iberia's? While there certainly are aspects to that vessel that draws interest, I already have a state-of-the-art masterpiece known as Mephistopheles. As long as that can be guaranteed, I see no reason to refuse. Irene eventually agreed to put her trust in Mayors. We're in luck, Executive Manager. It is quite fortunate that our interests aligned exactly with that of the first strangers we encountered in the strange land. Lucky is right. Imagine if we were back in the city. It would have taken them like 3-4 free distortion hunts for us to come to this agreement. Sorry about having to saddle you with this, Mayors. Please lead us to the lighthouse. Okay, happily. So when you said almost destroyed, how almost destroyed is it? I heard that the light faded from the lighthouse a long time ago, but the shape still stands, at least it was when I saw it a few months ago. If the lighthouse is in an inoperable state, we're going to need an expert technician to get it back in working order. The technology it's based on is completely divorced from the popular application of Originium technology, so I doubt there's anyone out there who can work on it anymore. Then, you needn't worry about that. Here we have an engineer and a researcher who are geniuses even among those in the city, so we should be able to manage most mechanical failures. Today is just revelation after revelation, huh? I can vouch for Limbus company's skills. I can also work on simpler tests. I've learned a thing or two helping out Gramps, stuff about the lighthouses or various tech stuff. Well, then should we all head to the lighthouse together? No, I'll be leaving the group for a moment. Omiya will accompany you instead. What, after all that, you're just going off on your own? Yes, to join the doctor. It is imperative for the successful execution of the mission. Of course, the hinges on Omiya and Scotty remain behind here to assist the rest of you. Thus, I will leave it to the rest of you to take it to the Eye of Iberia, the lighthouse, back. Wait, what do you mean, take back the lighthouse? Is there someone or something out there that's taken over the lighthouse called the Eye of Iberia? A likely supposition. Omiya, what did the manager of Limbus Company say? They're asking if the lighthouse has been taken over by something. Not a bad intuition. Yes, there's a high likelihood that the structure has already been overrun by sea terrors. I don't know about overrun, but I've encountered them a few times when we approached it too closely. Normally this is hardly enough personnel to attempt a raid on the lighthouse, but answer me this. Are there any limitations to their revival? There are no restrictions as long as Dante, the manager, survives. However, do note that the battle efficiently depreciates with prolonged battle due to mounting mental stress on the manager. No need to change the plan though. Omiya, use this communicator to alert me as soon as you are able to identify the coordinates of the vessel from the lighthouse. If luck would have it, we should be able to reduce the time it takes to complete the retriever mission. Okay, as long as you're not taking everyone with you, it's just her who's leaving, then go ahead. I think we should be fine too. Then let us commence mission Vessel Massa's retrieval. Righto, step 1 of the plan's draft, right? Let's get on with it. It's done, let's go. I love Shkadi. What? Why are you looking at us like that? Is there something bothering you? Must you ask? Just look at how proactive and quick she is to jump to action. Certainly is up to the image of an employee working for a large corporation. Thanks, Otis, for that charitable view, I guess. Thanks to Scuddy, who had already finished the first step of the plan, we are able to move on to step 2 immediately. I've been live for exactly 3 hours. I thought this would be shorter. But I guess not. I guess I was a fool. Thank you, Don. I needed that. I still haven't put Omiya as the announcer. I keep forgetting to switch it up. Yay, I've taken another sip of water. Let's go. After a while of carefully sailing on Scotty's raft along the coastal cliffs, a gargantuan, shrouded lighthouse emerged from the thick mist. Eye of Iberia. Even in its dilapidated ruined state, touches that are at once monumental and sensitive are apparent on the exterior construction of the lighthouse. Some even call these lighthouses Guardians of Iberia. It retains the grandeur of the era as it was built during its golden age. It's only a bit late right now. Ah, don't worry about it. You really know everything, don't you? It is as she said, but now these lighthouses are nothing but graveyards of countless inquisitors and soldiers of the Penal Battalion. No one who's attempted to retrieve the lighthouses has ever survived the expedition. Can you please not say scary stuff like that, Miss Irene? We are literally about to walk into them. Don't you ever quit chirping? What are you, a foul beast? Stop yapping in my ear. Why is this one such a coward unlike the rest of you outsiders? I'm not a coward, I'm just voicing my... She did just say some pretty concerning stuff. How long do you think the repairs will take? Its exterior is rather heavily damaged, however, from what is visible from the outside, its interior is still quite intact. With Miss Foss' expertise, it should not take very long. Yisang suggested with a smile, but Faust maintained her silence for the entire journey to the lighthouse, then said something pretty concerning in response. Of course, my wit remains unmarred even in such uncertainties. The currents are pretty wide, someone's going to have to stay behind and keep an eye on the raft. We can't just leave it here unattended, but I don't know if we can carry it either. I'll stay here and protect the ship. You sure you can handle this alone? I know you're strong, but maybe one or two more people should stay behind just in case. No, don't need them. Sea terrors will swarm the islet if I go with you anyway. So this has nothing to do with you. So what she's trying to say is that she's worried about you not having enough people to take on the lighthouse when she can handle this area alone, which is why she's okay with staying behind alone. Huh, thanks for explaining. Some people just can't help but hop through an extra hoop, I guess. Well then, let's trust her. We'll be back, Scotty. Luckily, we didn't run into any sea terrors on our way to the lighthouse gates. The problem was that the gates were bound shut by strange blue tissues. What is blue? I do not I just simply cannot see the color blue. Okay, I have a feeling that color K isn't the thing that I should be messing with. No? Nope. Okay, I haven't a clue how I can remove blue from the stream. The problem, blue tissues, reminds me of that L-Corp branch back at U-Corp, though that one was white. I don't think I can do anything to force it open myself, so guys, can you pry open this door? Oi, move over. I'll pull from the right side, you grab the left, and we'll all pull together at 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, huh? Something's off here. What are you doing? The door is firmly secured in place. This flesh tissue regenerates almost as soon as it is torn. Perhaps you need to tap into a wider form of art to get this open. Well, what now? This strange flesh tissue growing on the gates is sea terror. It reacts to the lamp, but it's grown too much to be affected by it in any meaningful capacity. Scotty might be able to open this door with her incredible strength, but... Should I go fetch her? But I think she's already fighting off the sea terrors from the sinking raft. So we're all on our own. Maybe there's an identity card or ego I could use to get through this. So which one? Huh? Just as I was pondering a familiar question, a faint black glow came into view, then devoured my sight. It's no intuition or inspiration, is different from those sudden flashes of realization, and it's not the star of the day that I think of from time to time. It's not the horrible door that I see every time I turn the clock either. The formless and black space in which I am not permitted to see a faint noise, a whisper cuts through it. And through that opening, I see a light. I reach out to the opening and see Scuddy, born from a very, very warm gaze. Scuddy, powerful imagery crashes onto me like the waves. Scuddy, the staggering dancer wielding a blade. Scuddy, who flaunts her flowing locks. And Scuddy, the singer, humming in a low voice. Beyond the fringes of cognition, Scuddy's existence has become engraved. The sinner who can wrestle and control this oceanic tidal power is... Dante, are you alright? I'm good, and I don't think we'll need to send for Scuddy, huh? What? Hey, Ishmael, I never used this ego before, but I need you to trust me and accept it. What? An ego? I nod quietly. Well, it's not like we ever get to have a practice run with those egos, whatever it is. Seems to me our managers found a solution. Her confusion is short-lived. I want to say that this is so cool, but over 200 pools, fuck you game, fuck you. She lets out a carefree laughter before stepping forward, boldly twirling her mace once. I mean, what's the worst that could happen? Get corroded?
한눈 팔지 마세요. 맹렬한 당신에게 파도는 반드시 밀려올 테니.
Cracks on the lighthouse are growing. I think she destroyed the door instead of opening it. Sorry, didn't think it'd be this strong. Well, the door's open. What are we waiting for? No, I mean, just what was that part where you... What? The part where I suddenly changed into a different outfit that equipped a different personality? Yes, that... that is... this is most fascinating, that an ego could be drawn here, in lieu of the mirror of Mephistopheles. I think I connected to Omiya's subconscious mind. There was this strange unfamiliar light and I saw Omiya's emotions attached to her memories and experiences, so I just reached out to them. My subconscious mind? I just had this feeling that it would work. Sorry about peering in without asking first. But I didn't see anything other than things about Scuddy. All I needed were memories and emotions that can be used to understand the being that is Scuddy. It's okay. I also have experience with gaining power from others' memories and emotions to overcome difficult situations. Maybe that's how you were able to draw something from me as well, Dante. That is the most appropriate assumption, especially in a situation in which delving into its principles is impossible. So that's called ego. Verily, of course, Limbus Company's ego is quite distinguished from the other kind of ego, which are bloomed from within oneself. That is enough. No further information is to be divulged to outsiders. Yet it matters not whether young mayors and young Omiya learn of this. I agree with that fool this time. The Inquisitor used an artillery projectile that penetrated the outer wall, several of them in fact, of a building, and the head did not pursue her following that breach of taboo. This is clearly not the city. Ain't it better to let her talk her heart out than to hear her moan and whine about not being able to say anything? I am convinced. Do as you will then. Faust's reply sounded almost sulking, but Don Quixote immediately began to expound upon ego to Irene and Mayors anyway. But everyone was too busy to pay attention to her, as the wet, slithering noise from the distance had put everyone on edge. Can we do that later? We've got some cleaning up to do. So there were more sea terrors past the door. I think any sea terrors from the sea are all converging around Scuddy. Which means our only roadblock are the sea terrors still lingering around the lighthouse. Let's go. Let's take this lighthouse back. Oh.
선물을 잔뜩 만들 수 있을 것 같음. 기쁘고 신나는 날이요.
Anyway, Miri.
시비수에게 명한다. 이 앞에 숨쉬는 자 누구 하나 살려보내지 마라.
정작 이 정도 탕류에 허덕인 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도
그렇지.
없겠구나.
그게 바로
I mean, I
진정한
could be
거라고.
concerned
이대로 몰아붙이면
with the new
아무
thing,
정황도 못하고 사건이 해결될
but
수밖에
since
없겠는데.
it has no skill slot
빈틈 투성이로
for me to target, then I probably can't do much about it.
아무것도 남지 마라. 적에게 치명상을 입혔군요. 관리자님은 당신이 생각하는 것보다 대단한 능력을 갖추고 있다고 제가 늘 말씀드렸죠. 저는 언제나
I still have not added in Amiya.
우와, 카름도 깜짝.
Geek. Yeah, I can target it. I'm faster than pretty much everyone.
탈출 개체
Win rate. Who needs to think when you can win rate?
나도 지킬 게 많거든.
The sun is going to explode before you add Amiya, bro.
탈출 개체가 정리되었습니다.
하늘이 갑자기 확 돌아갔네. 솔직하게 말해서 한 번에 이렇게 강한 공격을 할 줄은 모르고 아주 옛날에 만든 기계를 가지고
Don't worry.
뭐 정확한 수치는 몰라도
I will
아무튼
definitely
내가
add in Amiya.
자부심을 가지고 좋겠어.
이번에는 제대로 들어가.
넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
경계를 풀지 마라. 아직 이 사건 끝나지 않았어. 나서지.
그래도 이
I will
정도면
1,000,000% add in Amiya.
맞아.
I won't just forget to add Harin.
반쯤 죽여버려.
Clearly.
13조 2항에 맞추려면 시계 체격이
떨고 마.
Why would I forget? When I could just remember. Always remember Happy Day.
제압 완료.
대성공이야. 카름 신나. 노래 부를까?
사랑으로.
나도 지킬 게 많거든. 경계를 풀지 마라. 직접 나서지. 아직 이 사건
Oh, that was
끝나지
struggling.
그래도 이 정도면 충분히
Well, I'm sure Don will be okay.
잠깐 들뜨는 것도 나쁘진 않지.
정작 이
Don
정도
would just simply win,
그래, 그렇게 시원하게
or something.
보는 맛이 나는군. 일처리는
There's nothing here that could cause a panic.
방법이지.
나도 지킬 게 많거든.
직접 밝혀주마.
Well, there is something that could cause a panic.
탈출
괜찮은 거야?
개체가 정리되었습니다.
저건 상처가 너무 깊을 것 같은데요?
증거품이나 안 부서졌어.
Oh, this is a different guy. This is a Sea Reaper. Anyways, we're
탈출 개체 확인.
예측대로
he's a bit annoying. What do you mean he?
과감한 판단이었어요.
중계하듯이 말하지 좀 마시라니까.
그래도 완전 좋은
Do you know something that I don't? That is, she is a bit annoying. What do you mean she?
탈출 개체가 정리되었습니다.
You're telling me that these thingamajigs
풀지 마라.
have genders?
아직 이 사건 끝나지 않았어.
그래도 이 정도면
Struggling.
충분히 좋은 성과인 것
Why
같아.
are you struggling?
맞아. 잠깐
Could you
들뜨는
just
것도
simply not?
나쁘진 않지.
Oh. For some reason, I have a feeling that I am not at 60 frames per sec. What does Steam say? 40. What do you mean 40? Yeah. What the fuck is that? Nether is brand. Netherese brand expands each passing turn. Stage 1, Seer Terror territory. Frontmost sinners. 5 frontmost sinners, all frontmost sinners. Nah. Reading is cringe. Simple as that. This is just simply not something that I should concern myself with. Why read when you can just vibe? Yeah, I'm going to hit this. It's probably something important. Because I can finally target it. Hiya? Hiya? We're so back.
악은 이렇게 정화되었네.
하름도 깜짝.
You took a tiny amount of damage. Not even worth mentioning. It was that low. Okay. Genuinely. What does... what does the overlay, the NVIDIA overlay say? Yep, neither my GPU and CPU are doing pretty much anything. I guess the water effects are just that laggy. Or Project Moon failed in making anything that could be called optimized. Once again. I forgot. Does your skill 2 also have attack weight? It does. I'm clashing with everyone, right? Yeah, now I do. What do you mean Project Moon never fails at anything? True. Glory to Project Moon. May our glorious, most wondrous leader have enough money to give us Lunashi and make anime. Did you know that in Project Moon, Kim Ji-hoon himself personally buys Lunacy to hand out to every single player during a compensation in the mail? He is just that cool. Oh, that's so nice of him. Yeah. He's awesome.
효율적인 대처로 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다. 참고로 기계는 입에 발린 말 따위 쉽게 하지 않아요. 차라리
약점이 명백. 평면적.
이렇게 간단하면 김새인데 추리하는 맛이 안 나잖아.
한방 먹였어.
You get targeted. No, you don't. Okay.
날카롭고 정확하게.
고작 이 정도 탕로에 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
Oh, DDBY.
이걸로 사건 해결.
Mission accomplished.
전개가 예상되는 삼추 소수진의 전투였군.
다른 분들도 수고 많으셨네요.
또 한 줄 길을 남겨 핏물진 길일 뿐이지만 세월이 지나면 홍호는 그제야 알게 되겠지. 이 홍호가
ARKNIGHTS.
무엇을 바꾸었는지를.
管理人のダンテさんですね。アミヤです。ブリーフィング担当としてロドス
Yeah, it is just Amia.
횃대에서 내려 전장으로.
There you go. The sun did not explode.
カンパニーの皆さんとご一緒できて本当に嬉しいです。
Okay, this looks good. But maybe let's do it this way. Finally, what do you mean finally? It didn't take long at all.
ドクターのように優れた式ですね。
너도 누군가에게 낙해졌겠지만
効果的な攻撃でした。
눈감을 준비하고
エリートオペレーター並みの腕前です
Okay, I don't remember. Do you
나대지
need
말고 내 뒤에 서 있어.
count? You do need count. Fuck. What does Winrate say about this? Can you? You can. Maybe we don't need that many unopposed attacks against this guy. Just maybe. Ooh, what do you do? When in standby state, this unit does not use attack skills until it takes damage. I see. So then just don't damage it and then
눈감을 준비.
you're fine.
사랑으로.
And then wail on it. Or am I understanding this wrong? Incorrectly?
このままいけば敵を食い止められます
Because so far it seems pretty easy to deal with. Now that I know what the fuck's on, what I'm supposed to do. I mean, oh, you're slower. In that case, let's send it on a pause there. Okay. This way.
전투응대에 나선다.
목을 떨궈주마. 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
히어. 아르카나 빛. 차.
빈틈 투성이로군. 지키기 위해서 너도 누군가에겐 아껴졌겠지만
Yo,
탈출 개체가 정리되었습니다.
what is up? I hope your rolls were better than mine. Yo, Gert, shut up. I mean, and 45 centi, I believe in you. You would just simply win. Also 45 sanity. Yeah, this is fine. So I hope your pools went better than mine. Because over 200. Slightly over 200 now, and nothing so far.
탈출 개체가 정리되었습니다.
Absolutely fucking nothing.
敵は深手を負っています。
Oh, 25 enemies. I understand. In that case, let's just get sanity up with pretty much everyone I can. Alright, you're slow. Rodion. And that's for Otis. And who do you hit? Also Rodion. Take it over and take it over. Okay, we are fine. I think I am going to do this. Well, that dealt barely enough or any damage. That was an effective strategy, Dante. Do we have different definitions for effective, dear Omia? Because that was anything but effective. I should probably hit the switch. Thanks, Otis.
탈출 개체 확인.
목을 떨고 주마. 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
정의 이름으로 이륙.
Wait. Does hitting the switch just give a paralyze to the upper row? Because if so, then that's really funny. Or did they already have paralyze?
탈출 개체가
Huh.
정리되었습니다.
Okay, I should probably read what you do. However, I won't. I think it's way funnier if I just assume that something works a certain way and then it just doesn't.
탈출 개체 확인.
고작 이 정도 탕류에 허덕이나.
Why did you hit the one with the counter, my guy?
예측대로군.
I was hoping you'd avoided that. You could have literally hit anything else, and it would have been fine. Okay, one of the big guys is dead. You seem to be shit. And not scary, like the ones before. Alright, speed. Was going to hit here? It was Otis. Yeah, you can take care of that.
직접 나서지.
몸소 보여주지.
Oh no! Honglu's going to get staggered at 30 stacks. How scary!
最善の選択だったはずです。
지키기 위해서. 예측대로군. 빈틈 투성이로군. 개체가 약화되는 것 같습니다.
敵は深手を負っています。
Since these are the last few enemies, you know what? Let's do this instead. And get you an AoE attack for next turn, because this turn I'm just going to go ham. I just watched a friend get nothing from 92 fools, a tragedy. Unfortunately, I cannot feel sorry for them. As I have done a bit more than 92 boss. And I would like to commit Warzone on the... You know what, let's commit Warzone on the MiHoYo headquarters. It's their fault, of course. I'm going to review bomb the GOOOOOOO classroom.
넌 푸념을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
쓰러졌고.
또 한 줄 길을 남겼군.
Yo, Lunashi.
멀진 길일 뿐이지만
You know what this means? 2 more pools. Oh! Fucking finally! You know what? The only one I don't care about is the Gregor one. I like green fluid sac. I like the more Dragon Honglu. I just don't play with Gregor. Gregor is just a bench ID for me. But that's above. So you know what? Literally anything is fine. Of course it's Gregor. Of course it's the one I don't want. Let me just quickly post it over on Discord. Fuck that. They got the Faust one. Can we switch accounts? Pretty please. It's time to equip the new ego for that sweet 40% bonus. I think they stole your luck. Nah. You know who stole my luck? You know who fucking stole my luck? She's called Hishi Amazon from Uma Musume. I got her from one temple. So I guess it's only fair that I read unclashable as unsinkable. I actually have Uma Musume brain rot. Oh my fucking god.
제압을 준비합니다.
Fuck. I thought it was still going. There were more sea terrors than we expected near the lighthouse, but thanks to Irene's lamp, the light of which paralyzed their nervous systems, paired with the rather narrow passageways, we were able to handle them without much trouble. I'm sorry. Also, as the control room was, unlike the exterior wall, mostly undamaged, Foss shared the good news that the repairs most likely won't take very long. Isang was right, fortunately. The inside is barely damaged. How are you progressing, Miss Faust? It is almost complete. We best prepare to leave. Then I'll radio the doctor. Let's... A tremor shakes the building with a loud boom, and debris begins to fall from the ceiling. The lighthouse precarious floor suddenly collapses from the shock. The floor's giving away. What's going on out there? Something rang against the eye of Iberia. I see earth shattering through the ocean surface, the sheer explosive force turning water into mist. And it is charging at us once again. As Yiseng noted, I saw the shadow of a dark figure through the ruptured outer wall of the lighthouse, charging ferociously at the ruined structure. The figure looked a lot like one of those knights of the city's western region Don Quixote would talk at length about. The lighthouse might crumble at this rate. Then we have no choice, we have to stop whatever's out there. Faust, stay here, the rest of us will descend the lighthouse, and... The lighthouse is almost fully functional. It'll only take some finishing touches to have its light shine again, which I can handle, so I'll stay behind. It seems entirely unnecessary to leave the rest to you. I would much rather leave it to Faust, who is an expert. I've read about that Seaborn before. The fables and legends say that he is the lost knight, and if those stories have any grain of truth in them, you are going to need all hands on deck to even have a chance at stalling it. You better prepare for a few days of interrogations once I bring you into the Inquisition. Your decision, Executive Manager. All hands on deck, leave the lighthouse to mayors we have to put a stop to that night somehow. Waves crest high and violent behind the spear-wielding knight. We have to protect the already precarious lighthouse against the knight. The knight begins to charge at us, his steed splitting the very sea, and I instinctively know that this isn't going to be easy. What do you mean? John Knight. One day, wheat grains he planted did not sprout. One day, he stopped feeling the scent of life between his breaths. Thus he rides against the currents, hunting after waves. He seeks the waves, reproaches them, and eventually brings about their destruction. Faint memories, having blinked through Amiya's phantoms, flash briefly before my eyes, and the Seaborn Knight wields his great lance against the surface sea terrors. He shudders as though with repulsiveness, but he does not stop. He obstructs progress and covers the lands. That is impermissible. This is the land. The Knight and Sea Terrors don't necessarily seem to be on the same side. Perhaps diplomacy may be a viable solution here. Overcome the bellowing roar and try to talk to the Knight. Hell yeah. Who? It's literally impossible for you to lose. We are not the sea, we are not its waves. The Knight's great lance falters with doubt. Waves are the only thing that hold any meaning to him. 3 offense level. Thank you. That's going to help a lot. That is going to help a lot. Really. I did not read when I fought it, I struggled quite a lot. Okay, I like this boss. He seems fun. Seems like a boss where you should read. And reading is cringe as fuck. Yeah, offset the power guard. Surely it will do something. I'd rather you do that first.
탈출개체 확인.
시비수에게 명한다.
예측대로
이 앞에 숨쉬는 자
Cool.
누구 하나 살려보내지 마라.
사랑으로.
My mate on Discord was stuck here for 2 hours and was molding constantly. I did it first try.
어떻게 대관원을 숙청해 왔는지.
I restarted once because I got the worst turn 1 RNG I've ever seen.
カンパニーの皆さんとご一緒できて本当に
Okay.
嬉しいです。
Cool. Oh, that is a lot of reading. Fuck that. I ain't reading any of it. Hive mind. Are you still positive? You are still in the positives. In that case, I just don't care. Since you aren't doing anything with negative coins. At least so far. Yeah, that's just better. Unopposed favored, okay. COLLAB slop. That's so fucking funny. When you don't like something, just call it COLLAB slop. I mean, if you think about it, the Soul series is just dodge slop. It's the same. Damn, you guys fucking suck. I think I like these funny unbreakable coins. Or AoE unbreakable coins less and less. Oh. Sinner's relentless assault upon the night begins to slow. Though we don't have anything in common with the night, cold loneliness rises below, insidious under the faint light. Are we waves or rocks in his eyes? The sea wets or hums, giving us no time to answer the question. Hell yeah, someone has to stand their ground. And that someone has to be done. But do you mean you don't get stuff added to it? Sinner Don Quixote's warmth reignites the fire of determination in the rest of the sinners. In that moment, Irene raises her lamp, showering the night with its light. Iberia's flame illuminates our path. Unlike the night, we are not alone, so we did not have to endure the chilling loneliness by ourselves. Remove Frozen from all allies. None of us were frozen though. We're just a bit chilly. Don't worry about it. Okay. I kind of trust that you win that. Because otherwise you're off to the glue factory. Wrong game, wrong collab, don't care. You're off to the glue factory. And I don't fucking Dawn. That seems like a horrible idea. Oh! You know what? If the game says that this is a great idea, then I agree with the game. Like, why would I not? Thank you, Ryoshu.
지키기 위해서.
I mean, it almost worked.
リンバスカンパニーの皆さんとご一緒できて本当に嬉しいです。
Cannot act for this turn. Certain skill activations become nullified at 1 HP. Wow! It's when Rhymeshank says the thing. Or was it what is cast? When she talks about not bearing the cold alone anymore, or something. I don't remember. Okay, let's see. Who are you hitting? I can clash with all but one. In that case, just fucking do this or something, and that's forced. Forced. You are fatal to pierce. I should probably clash with that instead. I should probably clash with that instead. Heathcliff, you are normal to fierce. Okay, seems good enough. You know what? Let's mount the horse. We need to harm for this. We don't, but it's funny. Hell yeah, what is? Only minus 44. Don't even worry about it. Do not even worry about it. Kinda don't like the sanity situation. I could use Fluid Sac, but I really don't want to use Fluid Sac. Just because it is Fluid Sac. Fluid Sac is boring. Exactly. I mean, the only thing I need is the sanity. And what's it called? Representation emitter can give me sanity. It's basically the same thing, except better. Yeah, that's fine. I like how he's actually managing to avoid more units freezing by unintentionally losing clashes. What do you mean unintentionally? These are all planned, you see? That was funny as fuck. turned into an ice cube mid-animation. Absolutely fucking peak.
아무것도 남지 마라.
Okay, does this guy have a second phase at least? Like, there's no way that this was difficult. Oh yeah! Oh yeah! Slay the ocean, slay the ocean. I'm just going to guess that doing this is the correct choice. One-sided. One-sided, 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 one-sided. Do you aim at anyone? You aim at someone who's already fucking frozen. Ah well. Minus 45 sanity. That might be problematic, but now we're fine. The knight rides upon the violently whining steed. Lance raised skyward, the knight races across the sea, splitting its waves. We won't succeed at this rate. Stall him, please, even for a second. Irene directs her hand cannon toward the knight. Her aim and wheel undilutes on the same frequency with the waves. We need but a moment to recover. Topple the waves, go for his legs, not his lance. We have to stop the knight's charge. Yeah. We don't need to observe more carefully. Who needs that? The knight's fierce charge briefly wavers when the sinner Rodion jumps in his path. The Inquisitor quickly capitalizes on this momentary opening. A blinding spark flies from her hand cannon, and the knight is thrown off his steed. Slay the ocean skill becomes clashable. Dense shadows pool under the lone knight. Susurrus of teeming flesh sliding against flesh can be heard from beneath. After they gather to defeat the knight, they must have first gathered there, believing him to be one of them, until they came to a realization that the knight is a traitor to the Great Wheel. The knight leaps off from the surface, but the sea rises violently in response to drag him back down. The waves crest high, gnawing upon the knight, crashing him back down to the water surface. But he leaps once again, the cresting waves as his stepping stones. He belongs not to the sea. He stands tall against the great wheel, his head held high in an eternal defiance. The unremitted knight rides across the watery mountains and charges at us. You need to hit both. All of you need to hit both. Ryoshu has the highest sanity. Rust. Hell yeah. Sinner Ryoshu brings the knight's charge to a stop, then the waves begin to crash in. Once, twice, thrice, but unlike the knight in the backstreets, the waves don't stop coming. He has always challenged the waves and is fated to do so for eternity. The waves will always shake the sea until the day of the knight's sinking. Struggle passive deactivated. The last knight gains the knight's corpus. I mean, this hits 2. This hits more than 2. Sinking just like the status effect? True. Slay the ocean. Who would be a great ocean slayer? what is would be an awesome Ocean Slayer. I could use Fluid Sac. Unfortunately, who do you hit? Ryoshu. You know what? What if you just do that instead? Because I have a feeling that Heathcliff will fucking die or get staggered.
만만찮겠군. 본인이 하지.
Barely lost any sanity? Hell yeah.
필요 없다.
Oh, Ryoshu is going to eat it. Oh, Ryoshu is going to eat it. Alright, I forgot that I have this equipped and not the duck one.
適した攻撃でなくとも最善の選択だ
Wait,
った
Heathcliff is not staggered? Huh. And Faust won.
敵が優勢です状況
Oh yeah, Heathcliff got staggered.
把握し
Oh
直
well.
さなければ
Three skills. Tidebreaker is scarier, so that's a priority. And what if you just do this?
날카롭고 정확하게 지키겠다 맹세했는데.
Well, that's unfortunate.
히어! 아르카나 슬레이버!
Rodion is probably dead.
니는 모두를 지켜.
Or not.
적을
囚人が退却でき
너의
ませんでした
쓸모를 보여라.
探偵さんには
Rodion
囚
survived.
人を蘇生できる能力
Hell
があり
yeah.
ましたよね
What is? Give us a patos matos. I trust you. Or, actually, Otis, don't give us a patos matos. Just fucking hit him once. I believe Faust would win. And the rest are fine by me. Or, no,
전투응대 나서
fine. We are absolutely fine. Okay, next turn he's going to have one paralyze.
최선의 방어를.
Or I have a feeling that someone might have corroded once again. Someone, some kind of Rodion, may have corroded once again. Okay, that's absolutely fucking dog shit. You know what? Good enough. Good enough. And it's of the people that I can't even do anything with. Anyways, I might use Pigritrias here. Just to clash. Unless, can you do anything? No. Can you do anything? No. Yeah, you can. However, you are at a dog shit sanity. I know what I have to do. Okay. Faust is dead. The other skills is going for Ishmael. Where's your stagger at? You don't have a stagger. That's so cool. Now using Pigritria on 2 speed. Brother, I never use Pigritria. Pretty much ever. You know what? Get a fucking sun showering in instead. And you should be fine. And then just fucking hit him. Oh. So it turns out you could actually clash with something. The only thing that did not need to be clashed with. But at least it's something. I'm pretty sure that more than half of the damage was just friendly fire. Oh. It also hit Otis. I didn't see that. Oh well. It's so fucking funny. Oh. Do I not have 7 sinners? I don't have 7 sinners. That's a hell yeah from me, Chief. That's a hell fucking yeah from me.
내 뒤로. 하나 넘고 둘 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라.
I mean, personally, I would rather have less people with more skill slots than more people with less skill slots. Really? Otis, finish the job. Thank you. Okay, so this guy was supposed to be difficult. Nah, it was Otis. It was all Otis. And Soda. You lost 7 sinners. You have 12. I didn't use Fluid Sec. I have not read a single fucking thing about this guy or what he does. I YOLO'd everything. And out of the 7 sinners that I lost, at least 3 of them was due to friendly fire. If I used a different Rodia, or I just didn't go negative with her, then I'd only just lose 4 sinners. Like, I don't know. I still don't think that this is hard. I'm hoping the final boss is going to be actually difficult, where I have to read, or at least do it not first try. But so far, the hard mode difficulty is the normal difficulty of past events. I mean, I guess this boss was kind of more difficult than, I don't know, say the Time Reaper. But not by much. I'm out of rounds, the lamp's almost out too. We're holding him back for now, but we won't last much longer. No BS, I can last. The lighthouse, not so much. What difference does that make? Sinners were reeling from the battle against this enemy, who is more like a force of nature than human. Without giving us much time to breathe, the knight fixes the spear and begins charging at us again. It didn't take very long for the severity of the situation to dawn, as I quickly began to whack my head with a desperate wish. What can I do? What can I do here? That's when, through the mist, the black space begins to envelop my vision once. Fuck you! Fuck you! Well, this is just like... And from the dark, light shines again. I reach out toward it and see, unlike the earlier phenomenon which focused entirely and powerfully on Skadi, a single individual, what I saw this time was an unfamiliar place called Kashimire's. I mean, at least I have him. So I'm less upset. But at the same time, fuck you. This place was filled to the brim with things that Don Quixote would lose her mind over, like knights and their countless fans, an arena in which to test one's mettle. But the one in Amiya's thoughts sits far from all that glory, in a very mundane looking office. He wears a well-kept set of clothing, while his eyes are with a slight squint focused on reading the newspaper. I can't fucking read. The man looked more like an office worker than a knight, but the most radiant part of that scene was a banner hanging on the wall and a sword. Don Quixote was the first sinner who came to mind. Can she, or ardent admirer of knights and pursuer of glory, spin that energy from his sword as her own? Wait, no, he's different. I need someone who doesn't pursue glory, someone who can handle their own tarnished glory. The sinner who can detachedly wear the entirety of their bygone honor is... Yes, there's just one. I'll trust you, Gregor. Use this ego to hew into the knight's charge, split the waves. Use the light to split the waves, huh? I hear you, manager, but let's do this.
이 검은, 이 명예는, 이 영광은 이빨의 징 않을 테니.
The incandescent golden blades of light surge forth, cleaving through the darkness of the sea. The knight withstands and parries each of those lights away, but he comes to a stop when the last of the golden radiance cuts across the sea and looks in our direction as if to admire it. And finally, the lighthouse makes a low, resonant creaking noise before firing a bright light over the ocean horizon. Meyers has completed the repairs. Oh, the light returned to its house once more. Silence all. Meyers is saying something. Like Otis said, Meyers was speaking out of the window and shouting something at us. Vessel Massas is still near the shores, somewhere in the coastal sea. It's moored somewhere by the beach, somewhere quite a bit of distance away from the village coast. Confirmed, I radio Dr. Kalt'sit immediately. I hate the last stage. Phew, that's all well and good, but what about that monster? Yeah, what if it charges at the lighthouse again and destroys it? I heard it dart during our battle, but I don't think that creature is capable of actually communicating with them. This will be a problem. Don Quixote, wait, don't get too close, it's too dangerous. But before we could stop her, Don Quixote had already approached as close as she could to the Seaborn, her eyes twinkling. She takes a brief moment to admire the knight and his steed before asking in an enigmatic tone, "O mighty knight, what is the name of thy noble steed?" "Rocinante." Wait, she can communicate with him. Oh, it is quite a coincidence then. My noble steed is also named Rocinante. One who is not a comrade. They are a steed, you say? Forsooth, a steed most fine indeed, that served me well over countless adventures of mine, despite its appearance. Yet I must inquire thee, noble knight, wherefore dost thou strike this lighthouse so? Isharmla. It was not the waves. The waves are darker, more raucous. Perchance there was a tad inconvenient misunderstanding here then. Good night, I and my compatriots are now embarking upon an adventure most important, yet with thy obstruction we are unable to do so. Pretty, will thou return to whence thou came? Don Quixote regarded the knight with a stance that was at once courteous and brave. And the knight and his steed Rocinante stared wordlessly back at Don Quixote. Yo, what's up, Carmen? I wasn't sure if she managed to get through to the knight, or if the knight just lost interest, but they both departed the lighthouse, looking out to the far distance. So they really exist. Seaborns who hope for something other than just survival. Such powerful Seaborn lurks at sea. Are you alright, Donkey? You should be thankful that it somehow yielded a positive outcome. When are you going to fix that habit of rushing forward without thinking it through? Ahem, mine apologies. Why, Don Quixote returned the knight with that bizarre conversation. Amia raised her voice happily, as though she just received good news. Is that the encore fraud in the chat? Yes. That's the fraud. What? Dr. Kalt'sit, is that true? What's going on? The doctors managed to infiltrate the vessel Massas. They're already done cleaning up the decks and are now waiting for the rest of us to arrive. But it's been hardly 10 minutes since the lighthouse came on. The doctors are an excellent strategist, and based on what Dr. Kalt'sit told us, I think they already had some plans in motion before we activated the lighthouse. Great, let's return to Scuddy and join them. We returned to the raft and explained what had transpired. Scuddy listened to us quietly before replying in the exact same manner as she did before. Someone's going to have to stay behind. I'll stay. Go find the vessel Massas. You're going to refuse again if we offer help, aren't you? Yes. Then I'll see you after we retrieve the vessel Massas. I'll let the doctor know what happened here. What an oddball.
예전보다 많이 나아진 것 같다.
45% damage then.
보니까 그 환상체 이제 가오를 내려줄 나이가 없어졌지. 다시
Does this count friendly fire as well? Because if it counts friendly fire, then I might know the reason. I think it does. Yeah, same. Just, I know that Knight of Disparodion is the better one out of the two. But at the same time, there's no fucking way that she's that much better. Absolutely peak. Absolutely. Why does it give 135? Clear stage. I think what that means is absolute garbage. Someone's gone this store today. Nah, I'm fine. I'm at 10 sanity. You see, this this number is supposed to be my sanity. I think. It was at minus 40 earlier. But Scotty just made my day.
헌팅 커틀러리 준비 끝.
Is that minus 10 or plus 10? It's plus 10, there's no minus sign. Maybe it's your IQ, haha. Damn, I have more IQ than I thought. This is the doctor, researcher at Rhodes Island. Nice to meet you. When I, after everything we went through, finally had the chance to meet the doctor of Rhodes Island, I realized that I had been building a vastly different image of them in my mind based on the name alone. I was thinking they were going to be someone like Kisang, Faust, or Hohenheim from SCE. But the first impression of them was similar to what I felt when I met a K-Corp employee. The clock just ticked. And this is Dante, a manager at Limbus Company. The ticking just now was nice to meet you. Okay, thanks for accompanying Amiya. Honestly, I was pretty worried when we were separated at the border. I should thank you and Amiya, actually. We would have been in a real pickle without her, so... It's a bit embarrassing to repeat that myself. Dante says that we would have been in a real pickle without Miss Amiya. I saw this shipment as what Kanto 5. I mean, it does look a little similar. But this one looks nice. To the one compared to the party boat. Sorry, manager, but can't talk human, so don't worry about it. We'll take over the translation. It is an incorrect state that the manager cannot talk human. A more accurate assessment would state that the manager is incapable of accessing sonic means of communication, which includes verbal communication. However, they are able to produce a repetition of multiple sounds that they may register on a similar scale to the thinking of multiple hands, second hands, minute hands of a clock. I don't know, something about the way Mercer put it sounds worse. Don't worry, it is not a difficult task when only a single individual has to be translated. Doctor, let us move on to the next steps of the plan. Next steps? Thanks to Limbus Company's efforts, we obtained the exact coordinates of the vessel masses and managed to capture the decks with ease. However, Fabius, who is suspected to be a bishop of the deep, and his followers have barricaded themselves inside the bridge's control room. While it may seem as though they're hiding, I believe they're trying to bait us. As in, they're waiting for us to enter the bridge before summoning reinforcements from elsewhere to trap us in a pincer attack. Something like that. The elsewhere is most likely to be the sea, as the reinforcements are probably more sea-terrors. Fabius is a seaborn, and the ocean will answer to the call of their kind. Limbus Company and I will head to the bridge and neutralize Fabius. Ami and I will accompany you to provide support and identify the situation within the bridge. In the meantime, kalt'sit and the other operators will remain on standby on the ship's exterior at the pre-designed location. I'd like to avoid getting surrounded by sea terrors before we manage to take down the Church of the Deep within the bridge. I observed several entry points leading straight to the bridge while we were working on repairing the vessel. Your force doesn't seem numerous enough to close off all of them. It is true that there are many entry points here, but we don't need forces guarding every single one of them. Especially, the hallway is narrow, long and straight, so makes sense to me. How about here? Are you sure you're not overly focusing your forces to a single choke point? Ah, let's see, but on a closer look. Looks like Commanding Officer Otis is finally in her environment. Got any questions, Manager Bud? I have no idea what you're talking about, if I'm being honest. Really? I saw you commanding the sinners earlier. You seem pretty adept at giving orders and making strategic decisions. Indeed, they seem quite adept at making on-the-spot strategic commands and identifying exploitable weaknesses and patterns in their enemies. However, the Doctor and the Outsider are operating on fundamentally different fields. No further elaboration is necessary. Agreed, that particular aspect of strategizing is not one of Manager Dante's obligations, and even if there is a chance for them to engage in such elements, it may be too early to do so. Is that so? It is. At least, that is what Faust has judged. What are they on about? I was about to ask that myself. I don't know. I have no idea. Husband? Explain? So your husband is Gubo. Am I reading it correctly? And you hate Jia Chiu. Or Kong Chiu. Having finished our discussions with the Doctor over the plan, Otis returned wearing a grim look. Huh? Is there something wrong with the plan? No, there wasn't anything wrong with the plan. I expected a certain degree of competency, but they were impressive, far beyond my expectations. Really, that good, huh? Even when I think back to my days in the line of duty, I can't think of too many like them. Right, so they're dependable, good enough for me. If your strategizing is done, let's get cracking. What of you, Miss Mayers? If it is too much to face what awaits, then you need not follow us. I decided to stay here anyway. The Doctor is going to update you in real time on where the safe zones are, so please keep that communicator close to you. I will. Hey, if Grams, is there something you would like for us to do? It's nothing. If there's something you want to tell him, contact us through the communicator at any time. We're going to find a way to resolve this as peacefully as we can, but if the negotiations break down... Yeah, I know what you mean, Doctor. Be safe, everyone. Leaving Mayers behind with her unfinished sentence, we followed the Rhodes Island theme into the bridge. The bridge was as gaudily decorated as ever. Fabius, flanked by hooded followers and sea-terrors, greeted us with a kindly smile. Welcome. I truly did appreciate thy kindness. Wherefore didst thou seek to harm us? Your suspicions are certainly justified, but I implore you to think back. If you truly believed that we had sought to harm you, then how would you explain that one peaceful night you had spent in Faro Muerto? We have never wished you any harm. We did not then, we do not do now. Not even a day after you folks stabbed us in the back like cowards, and you want us to believe that. Our wish has always been the same. We only wish to extend the freedom to roam the seas to those with capable, kind-hearted souls. Mate, We know you were just trying to turn us into sea monsters of some kind. Monster is only a name. The essence of its being changes not regardless of the label given to it. Become one with the sea, become one with the endless cycle of lives, and one day your misunderstanding will end, and you will come to understand us. Looks like this fight between us is going to be unavoidable. I pulled out the identity cards the moment I saw Fabius raising his hand. The doctor seemed to have finished the preparations as well, as they and Omiya stood opposite Fabius. Incoming, get ready everyone. Let's stop them here for good, no matter how long it takes. Their strategic formation prioritized reducing sacrifices to the absolute minimum. Their commands sought to protect, sought to defend, and their forces were quick to follow them. Rose Island's operation was certainly impressive, but that's not exactly our style. All I can do is put my faith in the sinners and push them onward. Our style is trust me to bring you back, no matter how many times they cut you down. Let's fight them out. So what's stopping me from just doing this? Nothing, apparently. Win rate, hell yeah. I mean, I don't currently have to think. Maybe once I'll have to think, then I'll stop using win rate, but so far, nah. Heathcliff, please, thank you. Yeah, I had a feeling that would end badly for Faust. Wait, you have a regular counter, right? That's great to know. Otis, I believe in you. Faust. What's this? Impending ruin. Can I get impending ruin? Minus 10% chance to flip heads. I would like to get impending ruin on Rodion. That sounds fun. Otis, or sorry, Faust, you would just simply win. I believe in you. And then the rest of you. I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter what I put where.
직접 나서지.
You hit the fucking Reaper. Faust, please, stop inting. Don't activate the guy that I want to ignore. Hand of the Saint. Was it called Hand of the Saint previously as well? Because I'ma be honest, I don't remember at all.
전투 응대에 나선다. 빈틈 투성이로군. 지키기 위해서 나도 지킬 게
Holy, another ad. The ad frequency on my streams have always been set to the lowest.
タンテさんの作戦
It's impressive how many people
정예 이름으로
get ads on my stream, regardless of the or how often people get ads on my stream, regardless of the setting I set it on. Okay, but considering that this is the lowest, and it is fucking annoying, what would happen if I just turn it to the highest?
敵は深手を負っています
I kind of want to check with Camille. Because he's unfortunately someone without an ad blocker. But I guess for this experiment, fortunately someone without an ad blocker. 5 ads every minute? Camille would actually distort if you did that. Nah, Camille will be fine. Alright, can you? Ah, yeah.
쓰러졌군.
사랑으로
Don Quixote is going to
탕류의 허덕이나.
get the circle filled in sooner or later.
속에서 직접 놓아주마.
Okay, but Jiahuan, do you hate
敵は深手を負っています
Kong Lu? The ID. Kind of want y'all to win more clashes. Whom are you hitting? Well, why not? Since you're already there. Let's do it the other way around them and have hit the big guy. Should have used Pico the IDs for this fight. I don't have Heathcliff. I only have Yisang and Ishmael.
너도 누군가에겐 아껴졌겠지만 탈출 개체가 정리되었어.
I mean, I guess since the rolls were so good so far, I can probably just short
敵は深手を負っています
the Harpooner already. Okay, pretty much everyone I care about has high enough sanity. Alright, Faust. Clash with that instead. Genuinely just hit it once and it will fall over. And And then the rest of you can, I don't know, hit something. Anything.
직접 나서지.
속에서
Wait, can't you short him though? Yeah, I just said that I think I have enough shards to short him.
키울 수도 없겠구나.
Because rolling for the new egos went really well. Just absolutely stunningly. That I can just short the Harpooner Heathcliff.
무덤을 준비.
What Yiseng ID should I get?
완료.
これがリンバスカンパニーの
The Heisho one.
私もまた一つ学ばせていただきました。
Okay, genuinely, why was... There are two waves. Oh! I understand, Naruhodo.
전투응대에 나선.
Already got the Heisho one.
쓰러졌고.
In that case...
꿈을 꾸러가다.
I mean, I guess the Liu one,
敵は深手を追っています。
since I don't want to just say that getting the most OP one is the correct option, as being OP is just boring. Do you summon more enemies? I guess not. Ryoshu, you need more poise.
목을 내놓고 있도록.
A very silly horse that wants to kill snakes.
정보다도 풍자여 생명 속에 파묻힌 그대 여기서 우리 앞을 막는
Found that Wei is a negative as we boss fight. Like funny bamboo headed guy. Yup. It's extra funny finding that out inside a mirror dungeon, where you have a lot of sinking gifts at, say, like a higher floor, where
대체가 약화된.
you will feel the pain. Oh wait, I think this is the first time that I used the Queen of Hatred ego in a team fight. I have not used it once. I don't know what the buff does.
敵は深手を追っています。
Magical Girl's Chant. When gaining this effect, gain one attack power up, damage up. This is attack skills that can gain or consume charge, can gain final power and deal plus. Ah, so the only person that actually has charge did not get the upgrade. Hell yeah. You know that, no? Otis would just simply win. And I am going to ignore every single one who's still alive and just hit this guy. I'm gonna predict that Ryoshu will distort when she found out that her daughter died. In her kanto. Okay, crackhead theory time. Ryoshu's daughter is alive. Will go up to Ryoshu and says that nah, she's not. Ryoshu is not her mother because she's adopted. And then Leiheng will come back from the dead. I just know that this will happen. The source is trust me, bro. So I'd really appreciate it if you would trust me, since you know. Ryoshu, stop hinting. What happened? Ricardo will return and save us from Leiheng for us, sorry to yeah. And they both die in epic final attack clash. Would be Peam. Just got an ad pop-up of mangosteens. What the fuck? Yeah, you know what they say. I actually don't know what they say. Oh, you didn't win, so you don't have count. Unlucky. I mean, Faust has count. Nah, she'll have to clash. Because there are exclamation marks there, so it's a scary skill. Surely. That's what that means. And he's dead. Unlucky. And so is everyone else. Okay. Why did this fight give a ton more event points when it was just generic small enemies, a big guy, and then a boss that we already did and had no trouble with before? They're pretty persistent. Fabius flees again, using sea terrors and his followers as meat shields. Wait, no, I see it now. It's not Fabius who's putting them in harm's way to save himself. The sea terrors and the cultists are throwing themselves in our way, entirely willing to sacrifice their lives to ensure that Fabius gets away. But For all that, the only place left for him to flee on the ship, wounded and cornered by the sinners and Irene's lamplight, was the decks. Nowhere left around, Fabius. And I understand you can't help but continue to trash and struggle to live, even knowing that there is no hope, but running will only make your pain worse. That's different. Fabi didn't run to live. A voice echoes from under the dark sky. Mayers? Mayers appearing quite different from how she did a moment ago. She approaches Fabio slowly, her expression solemn and mournful. She looks down at him wordlessly. I told you that your methods won't win their understanding, Fabi. Aha, what a shame. I thought those with such wisdom and aptitude would. I hoped you would still be able to realize your ideal here, even after I'd left. It will be realized. Fabius may die here, but we will remain. Now it is time. Devour me. But Fabius blurted out, threw us off once again, even before we regained our footing from the shock of realizing Mayer's true allegiance. Eat people? Oh, looks like they're about to give us a live demonstration of some gourmet art. I heard it's pretty common thing in District 23 backstreets, but I'd rather not see it in person. Hey, I think I'm just gonna look away. That's okay, right? Just what, Doctor? Weaker Seaborns willingly let themselves be devoured by stronger ones, thereby sharing their experience and nutrients with them. This is a commonly accepted practice among them. It is but a behavior that prioritizes survivor over all else. This isn't done in any sense of sacrifice. The time is here, devour me, set sail toward your ideal. Ideal? Sorry, Fabi. I've still got some canned food left for me on this ship, and I think I'll delay becoming a Seaborn for a little while. Why? I found a new destination. Again, new power from there, and then become a Seaborn, so now is not yet the time. If that is your will, O Bishop, don't worry, your flesh will fatten the bloodkin of the sea. Mayers waves her hand, and seafarers climb up to the vessel from the ship and begin tearing Fabius to pieces. Despite the way it looked, Fabius looked accelerated, nary a look of suffering or pain wrinkling his face as they ripped his flesh apart. We turned away from this scene that could not be described as anything else other than cannibalism to look at Mayers. Kalt'sit, is she? Don't need to ask questions when the answer lies plainly before you, Doctor. What is happening? Wherefore did the young Mayers? It wasn't Fabius. Mayers was the Bishop of the Deep. Okay, that's more in line to what I thought the damages to be. However, I have enough for this.
한눈 팔지 마세요. 메마른 당신에게 파도는 반드시 밀려올 테니.
Time to gain more event points. Where is it? There it is. Connecting. Hell yeah. I love connecting. A server error has occurred. Please try again in a moment. We're almost done. They've played us. Don't despair, we still have the upper hand. We defeated Fabius and his cultists already, and even if they were to summon more sea terrors, we should be able to handle them without much trouble. Hey Aegir, just what were you thinking the entire time you deceived us? I had a feeling I knew what she was going to say to that. She was either going to say that it was for our sake, that it wasn't a deception at all, or maybe she'll give us one final gloating. But her reply, the words of which were carefully selected after gazing out at the far ocean, was not what any of us could have expected. I'm sorry. I thought this would be the better way to approach you, but I see how it can come across as nothing more than deception. You're sorry? Why? Dante wants to know why you're sorry, huh? Well, that's because I did something wrong. Wait, hold on. You've been deceiving us all along, Mayors, and now you're gonna... Oi, what exactly are you after? You're after the same thing that the geezer was, ain't that right? Turn us into your bloodkins, that it was all for our sake, giving all kinds of ridiculous excuses to turn us into one of those monsters. I do hope that you would all one day accept becoming Seaborns, but I'm not about to demand that you let yourselves be transformed today. Right here and now, I understand that we all need some time to mentally prepare ourselves. May I understand your statement to be implying that you will not be forcing this upon us, should we refuse? That's correct. It'd be against manners to do what Fabius did, shoving sea terror cells inside your body out of nowhere. Manners, huh? While I was taken aback by the fact that Mayors was a bishop of the deep, it was also true that Mayors had never tried to bring us harm, unlike Fabius, who attacked the sinners directly. While she did almost get us in big trouble with Irene while explaining things to us, it's also true that Mayors has been extremely helpful so far. It was her who led us to the lighthouse, and it was her who stayed in that crumbling lighthouse until the repairs were done, as the terrifying night continued to assail its walls. What was your actual relationship to Fabius anyway? Just someone who also once strove to realize the visions of our ideal worlds. Our goals once converged, but not now. I was pretty taken aback too when they attacked you back at the village. Maybe he got greedy when he saw Faust and Otis repairing the ship. He got greedy? Fabius believed that welcoming capable people as Bloodkin would expedite Seaborn's evolution. Cool, so you're like some cult leader, but you don't necessarily want to antagonize us. You still haven't told us what you're after though. I'm going to the city that lies beyond the dimensional door. So you're trying to flee to a different world where the Inquisition won't be able to chase you. This isn't running away, I just want to help the people of the city, that's all. So I'm bringing the Seaborn with me to the city. Don't tell me you're going to invade the city alongside those monsters then. Then the foghorn suddenly blared and the ship shook as it began to move. Vessel Mossas has begun to move. Is this an automated sailing program? The vessel Mossas will now sail toward the dimensional door. I'll let Rhodes Island and Irene go right in front of the door, so don't worry. Did you seriously just tell us not to worry? Host, please calm yourself, Dante. It has not yet been determined if that is indeed the dimensional door connecting directly back to the city. No, it has to be. The warm, shining light and the voice from within is getting clearer and clearer. Why don't we just let them into the city? The battle thus far have done well enough to demonstrate the level of danger Seaborns pose, however I doubt they'll ever get very far even if they were to enter the city, don't you agree? In Hongyan, we've all seen what happens when sapient, sentient, non-human entities enter the city. The ad will take action the moment they realize their presence. Of course, we must prepare ourselves for recuperation in case they decide to hold Limbus Company reasonable once the dust settles, yet it is also very likely that we will fully escape any culpability, as we saw in the memories of the Kong massacre. Your thoughts first? Urban Nightmare. However, considering their specific attributes, it will not take long for them to rise to become a star of the city-level threat. There is a reasonable possibility that they may be issued the Impuritas Civitatis classification. Is that not an acceptable risk? If not the head, they should be manageable by a wing. This isn't that terrible of a calamity. But kalt'sit shook her head resolutely. No. Your technology seems to be based on something else, which is neither original arts nor any of its derived technology, and this is precisely what could make your world vulnerable against Seaborns. Is it because they learned fast? Yes. Those on the front lines of the war against Seaborns stubbornly stick to using their traditional low-tech weapons. Deploying high-technology weapons against them is only going to make you an enticing meal. Then can't we just let whichever unfortunate thing that ends up fighting these? Do take into account that it may take a significant amount of time to earn their trust. Even if they were to be convicted, there would be other parties with alternative perspectives on the matter, complicating issues. The situation will rapidly go out of control if backstreet syndicates or fixers get involved, unless the head designates a taboo to prevent it. Even then, considering what she has been saying, yes, we must consider the possibility that they may be capable of absorbing the head's technology as well, before they are expelled from the city. How do you plan on helping the people of the city, mayors? By giving them a chance to become Seaborns. What are you on about, become Seaborns? Trained Ardell either, eh? What kind of help is that? Mayors, no, that's no different from what the Church of the Deep is doing here. No, it is different, because someone showered the city with the light. The light? The beam of light from the White Night and Dark Days incident, could it be? Becoming a Seaborn is to become a part of the great wheel called We Many. By doing so, one can be reborn as an altruistic life form, but at the cost of ego or the sense of self. And that's always been my issue with it. Everyone has beliefs of their own, dreams of their own. It feels too empty to lose all of that when they inevitably lose their sense of selves as they become Seaborns. Look, I want each Seaborn to have their own wishes, but the light shining through the dimensional door to our world is too faint to push them towards that evolution. If only the light of the city could become more tangible, it just might be able to give every Seaborn an identity of their own, to remain uniquely themselves. Then why is it that you advocate towards those of the city to join the Seaborns when one could simply learn more of the light before returning here? At first I thought all I needed was the clue to a better evolution, but Don Quixote's tales of adventures changed my mind. Mine adventures? You don't understand just how precarious you all are, and how would you when you were born into the kind of world from the very start. A place where life has become a commodity and gold one of its few religions. The city has abandoned its yesterdays to survive today, and by doing so has given up on its tomorrows. Just as I needed the light, the city needs Seaborns. It needs their tenacious hold to life, their absolute, unconditional selflessness. But at the end of the day, it still means that everyone has to turn into monsters. People ostracize the other. Something that isn't like me, something that feels alien to me, something I don't know or understand. So that fear is natural, because Seaborns are not human. But you just have to cross that threshold once. Miss Mayers, do you believe the nature of humanity to be evil? Humans are selfish, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. Good things come from selfishness, that's for sure. But the side effects have become simply unsustainable. Doctor, you've been to countless battlefields where Rhodes Island has fought tooth and nail for the rights of the infected, but what came of it? Peace? No, it's the same, but still, we're all still getting better, little by little. I'm not trying to deride those small incremental steps and call them meaningless. Change takes time, and should it continue, I believe your efforts can be a beacon of light that will lead humanity toward a better future, a brighter future. But what about everyone who is sacrificed while you are taking your time, taking those incremental steps? Every single day of that incremental change is marred by unjust deaths. Some are enslaved for no other reason than their differences. People live on in spite, in that despair that seems to have no end. I agree with what the light told me. People are diseased. They are so sick that, even in the far-flung future, even on the day the world ends, they will continue to fail to look forward, obsessed with scrutinizing each other in search of those differences. Even when every Aegir returns to sea, they're still going to bully and hate anyone with pointed ears, labeling them as Aegirs. Even when Oripati is thoroughly eradicated, people are still going to suspect and persecute someone as the infected. People are in fact imperfect beings. You're right, there probably isn't anyone out there who can really sacrifice themselves for the sake of others with nothing but perfect selflessness. But not when it comes to Seaborns. They don't suffer from all this absurdity, nor are they coerced to sacrifice against their will. They have the power to progress towards a better future built from mutual understanding. Because they're the kind of life form that seeks common ground instead of scrutinizing it for differences. The bells. A strange-shaped form shimmers and materializes before Mayers. I couldn't quite tell what it was, but it was round and looked like a tool. It is possible that she had already met the conditions to effloresce. A possible explanation would be the absence of the particular pull required to draw it out of her, or the insufficiency of it. This isn't anything like the arts. What is happening in front of Miss Mayers? Is our proximity to the dimensional door increasing the potential of influences coming over from the city? Precisely. The connection to force returning to normal level seems to indicate that. Wait, can people in our other words, I mean Mayers, also manifest ego? Internal conflict and anguish is a commodity among every intelligent entity, regardless of whether they are from the city or not. Therefore, yes, Faust is quite positive on this possibility as well. However, what does that mean? The potential to effloresce an ego implies the potential to distort as well. You've been dreaming for a long time, Mayers, drawing your own picture of an idealized world, and you have chosen the ocean as the means to build a path toward that vision. Yet, why have you failed to take the leap of faith yourself? I had to make preparations. Seaborns are beautiful, there's no doubt about it. It's just that a key piece was missing to really achieve what I want. You're not being honest with yourself. I know it very well that you were afraid of becoming one of them. The fear that your own creed might crumble, that you might lose your own sense of self, your ego. The fear that you might end up becoming nothing more than just another thing swept up by the ineffably overwhelming will. Yep, that word fucking sucks. Isn't it terrifying that this hope can just disappear in a blink? Who is she talking to? Is this something Limbus Company has experience with? If so, I'd appreciate an explanation. She's hearing that voice. When that singular fate that one had absolute confidence in breaks in one fell swoop, and their ironclad will is shattered, people of the city have the potential to distort into a monstrous form at any time. It is said that these phenomena are often accomplished by the distorting individual hearing a disembodied voice. Indeed, those who distort would often behave as though they were engaged in a conversation. Of course, the same could be said for those who awaken ego. At first I thought it was Cathy, but it wasn't her. The voice was beautiful, comforting, and even cozy. The kind of voice that puts all deep contemplation to sleep, so calm and so warm. No, there is more to the sunshine than its warmth. The sunshine. You don't share your interest with the other devotees. Survival isn't what you care about. What you really care about is giving everyone a chance to experience what it feels like to live in a world of warmth, ephemeral it may be. Right, we may have to be about more than just prolonging our existence. What really matters isn't survival, it's what we leave behind for posterity, our legacy. And as long as there is a guarantee that the light can indeed protect the sense of self, it will be more than enough to convince people to become Seaborns. Please, you don't have to concern yourself with what other people might think, Mayers. But everyone has their own wishes. I can't just bulldoze over theirs to force mine upon them. But that's not what you really believe, is it? You know better than anyone. While you hesitate, countless people who are bound to the inescapable bridle will continue to suffer. That might be true, but it's okay. You don't have to hide that shape of your heart, its colors. The only thing you have to concern yourself with is how you can lead the people of the city, and then Terra. Okay, we can't just sit here and let this happen. Operator's position. Operators unable to approach. She's surrounded by a strange field doctor. Whenever someone would destroy due to reasons other than the monolith, a strange pressure would prevent our approach, as though to stop us from interfering. Looks like that applies here too. All the way over in another world. Love is our collective destination after all. So please, let go of this tool that might break your heart. Don't force yourself to walk the path of thorns. Your pilgrimage needn't be that of suffering. No, you don't believe in any recourse, do you? Other than this, anyway. Don't you think we should find a better, faster path with less suffering? Before more people inevitably hurt each other with their ill intent. You're right. If there's no recourse, it has to happen faster. I can't waste any more time while people suffer. Follow your wishes, follow your desires, and paint. Let's show them the painting of your world reflected in your eyes. Before the compassion they believe in become completely worthless. I understand the shape of your heart and what makes you want to enter the city. But we still know so little about the Seaborns, about Terra, about Iberia. Whatever may have lit the fire under your feet, I can't bring you with us to the city as you are now. Even before the sinners had the chance to translate my words, Mia slowly turned in my direction, as though she clearly understood my words. But I must, Dante. Your adventures were full of exhilarating tales, and I saw kindness in every word and action you and your friends. But that's not enough. You don't think they'll change? No, they will. In the far, far future, an incandescent brilliance burst forth from before Mayors. Past that light, I saw the ocean. The calm sound of gently lapping, crashing waves, the immense golden brilliance. A portal. Where did it come from? Dungeon of the Phantoms. A gate that leads into one's heart. This periphery is where LCB's department's specialty begins. Why what lies beyond this periphery does not necessarily warrant Rhodes Island's presence. Can you guys help? I don't know what kind of phantoms I'm walking into, but I have a feeling that we're going to need your assistance. Dr. Kalt'sit? We're only here to investigate the dimensional door, but I don't want us to turn our backs on people we can help. Rhodes Island accepts Limbus Company's cooperation request. I'll go too. You're still in Iberia. I can't let Iberians' business be handled solely by outsiders, let alone an incident connected to the Church of the Deep. Don't worry, it's not like this is the first time we're letting someone not in our group into a dungeon of the Phantoms. We'll be fine. More sea terrors. Given the circumstance, it seems very likely that sea terrors that were swarming the lighthouse are coming this way as well. I'll call Scuddy here. You'll be staying behind then. Amia will go with Doctor. Following Mayors, who had already disappeared into the portal, we take our steps into the utopian world beyond. Oh. My fucking throat is on fire. It's almost over. Oh, thank you for reminding me that I have an ego that I already threat spun. Very useful game. Thank you so much.
목표 위치로 돌격 중.
I'm not sharding Peacock Heathcliff. I want the horse. The horse is staying with me. News of the wars getting grimmer by the day. The sea terrors are coming, swarming. This is the day when the ocean-born calamity broke and sunk Aegir's seemingly infinite starward growth. Aren't you going to the surface, Mayors? More and more people I've been getting too anxious to stay in Aegir. I'm not. If Aegir falls, it only means that the surface is soon to follow. Why? Think you'll head to the surface too? I'm thinking about it. While there weren't that many people around me, while there weren't that many people around me began to leave for the surface. God damn, this sentence was difficult. I have brain damage from 5.5 hours of streaming. Oh god. I considered some of them to be close acquaintances. They all tried to convince me to live with them. But fleeing my home in favor of the land didn't feel right. The foretold calamity descended. It dealt a heavy blow to Aegir, but the surface suffered much worse. I had to help them. How could I not? After hearing that such a terrible thing has happened, I think I'll head to the surface. Seriously, the surface? Think hard about it before you go. If you leave now, coming back might no longer be an option. Every day must be a struggle for them. At least I don't have to fear the immediate tomorrow. So it's my responsibility to provide help, as someone who is better off than them, even by a little. I know, but if I don't go there to help, things will only get much more dangerous for the land dwellers. Maybe the danger is the very thing that'll hurt you. Still, I think I have to help them. I procured myself an Aegir research vessel at a cheap price to bring me to the land. Unable to even submerge itself while moving, this wasn't exactly the best ship out there, and I normally wouldn't have given it a second look. But I thought it would at least help me navigate the coastal sea. I didn't expect this. The very first thing I witnessed on the surface was the bottomless hostility against the Aegir. They denied an Aegir's offer for help for the sole reason that I came from the sea. They deny my compassion, my research. Get lost? We don't need your stupid research. You're from the same place as that calamity, aren't you? Do you really think we're so stupid that we trust you? They confiscated my catalyst and tore my research apart. My wish to stand with them against the calamity was devoured by the hatred born of the same calamity. Any kindness and compassion I gave them was repaid twofold in hatred and suspicion. Did the terrible condition of this land transform them into monsters, or was this always their nature? It wasn't long before the research vessel I brought from Aegir was confiscated out of suspicion. A few weeks later, when I finally came across that vessel by the beach, there was an uncanny name inscribed on its side, Rebellion de las Masas. But none of that was enough to stop me from continuing my research for the sake of the land dwellers. I went through so many trials and errors to somehow impede the sea terror's rapid evolution to revive the Iberian soil contaminated by the Netherese brand. But my work bore barely any fruit, and I let the days float by as I watched the Inquisition erase the Aegir one by one. When the sea terror samples and researchers came into view, they all looked completely different from one another, some of them with fundamentally different physiologies. Even still, nothing stopped them from being us instead of I. And for the first time, I became doubtful of my efforts to interrupt their evolution. Our tales were not entirely fabrications. Mears is a bishop of the Church of the Deep, so that automatically makes her a sinner in the eyes of the Inquisition, regardless of her reason. The more I studied them, the more I found them to be such compassionate, altruistic creatures. All they cared about was their survival, without even a hint of selfishness. They are not some evil monsters from the sea. Mayors, I concede that Seaborn may not be evil, but it doesn't matter what they are. Whether they are kindly life forms or whether they are simply a different form of civilization, it doesn't matter, because Iberia and her Inquisition does not define Seaborns as evil. Seaborns are our enemy, threats to human existence. I have but one thing to say as an Inquisitor. All of you are my enemy. But it would be a good thing for the Inquisition if I were to leave for the city, wouldn't it? Why would I say it's a good thing? For us to toss our problem into another world. That would be like abandoning our pride. Alex Day, the people of the city gave you permission. As an Inquisitor, I can't let you do that. Yeah, and don't get your hopes up about that either. You can wrap it in a box that says compassion for all you want, but mirrors your course isn't exactly the direction I'd like to sail in. As the rest of the sinners prepare for battle in silent agreement with Ishmael's stand, Mears mutters with genuine disappointment. I didn't want to have to do this. Waves. I had no better word to describe the horde of sea terror crashing into us. But this is the only way it could have ended. Your words are composed entirely of your own color and no one else's. Manager Dante, right? Do speak. We will hold the line and defend this place against the sea terrors rushing in from the rear. So in the meantime, can you take down Mears and deal with the remaining terrors? Absolutely. The manager has responded affirmatively. All operators will be drawing the sea terrors to us. We don't need to take them all down, we just need to act as a wall between the wave and the people of Limbus Company. Irene, I would like to ask for your help as well. As for Amiya, please assist Limbus Company, just in case. Okay, then, let the mission begin. Oh. I don't remember how this was set up. You know what, let's bring in Yisang. Sure, why not?
와일드 헌트야.
I have a feeling that this is just going to be Precast Center. Anyways, how was your guys' gamblings so far? Because you all heard me distort, I want to see you distort as well. I guess I don't need the text that says my sanity anymore. Because reasons being that I reached acceptance that all of my pools were in vain, and it doesn't matter, I will just never get all the egos from the Gamba. Your SP should be minus 30 from the reading alone. I mean, other than the fact that my throat hurts like hell, reading doesn't reduce my sanity. Like, I actually kind of like reading. Are you sure? I think so. I mean, when it comes to combat, then yeah, I don't read shit. Just purely because people are saying that the game is difficult. And if I can do it without reading, then you can do it too with reading. There seems to be a commotion at the village square. Villagers are surrounding someone with a clear intent to threaten. The evil sorcerer has gone, so why won't this calamity end? Explain. Be honest, you just couldn't stand to watch Iberia thrive, could you? If it went for that calamity, we would have. Look, please, I'm just here to share some research notes. What is this kind of nightmare? Never thought I would hear Sulan and love reading in the same sentence. I used to actually read like a lot, like a couple of years ago. Over 5 years ago now. But once COVID hit, I stopped reading and went all in on games instead. Because I kind of realized that, yeah, books are cool and all, but gaming though. Why read when you can just game? And 3000 hours of Warframe later, I'm back. It's not over 3000 yet. In fact, I barely played this year, so it won't go up to 300 or 3000 in a while. For a while. But yeah, I genuinely like reading. Okay, so we're saying both right. He's reading and gaming at the same time. Why do you think I love Final Fantasy XIV so much? Half the fucking dialogue wasn't voice acted. And half of it was in Don Quixote speak. And playing through Ram Reborn, which was shit, or half of Ram Reborn, which was shit, and the rest of the game till 4 expansions with the end of Endwalker, it was so fucking peak. Genuinely. What? How to fight those sea monsters? Oh, now you're looking to help us. Newsflash, it's too damn late. These scraps of paper won't do anything to help us. The locals firmly believe that the calamity was brought here by Aegir's. Stop this. I can feel the mob turning towards us. An evil sorcerer started a profound silence. He pretended to work for us, but it turned out that he was driven by envy for Iberia's prosperity. Don't try to stop us, outsiders. They came from the sea, just like the sorcerer himself. As they were protesting, the hungry, hallowed look of the villagers came into the sinner's eyes. Villager carrying an empty bundle of cloth, a child holding a staff and a hat that was far too large for him. They've all lost a lot. And that void in your heart blinds you. It makes it unbearable to keep your emotions in check. This is how they feel with sorrow. Deal with sorrow. There were no emotions or intent to be found in this great calamity that devoured Iberia whole. So they sharpened their sorrows into wayward wrath against those who came from the sea, just like the calamity itself, which means someone needs to direct their anger against the rightful foes. Irene, step back, citizen. Even if we were to determine that the Aegir has committed crimes, it was under the Inquisition's jurisdiction to carry out the consequence. If the Aegir fuck... It seemed that Irene managed to provoke some thought in the mob as they slowly walked away from the Aegir, until they eventually scattered away. If the Aegir is innocent, do understand that your actions cannot be permitted. Thank you. As you can see, I hail from Aegir. Ever since the profound silence, I devoted myself to studying Seaborns and Netherese brand to help the land dwellers. I don't know where my colleagues have all gone, but what's the point of this anymore? They don't want my help, so why should I give it to them? He seems crestfallen by his experience in Iberia. They might not, but there has to be someone who needs your help. It has to be done. Hell yeah. Maybe so. Maybe it was just a matter of what they actually want. I should approach this more carefully and possibly find a different research angle. Maybe it should be about trying to find a way to restore the soil from all the storm that destroyed it. Oh, if you're headed out to sea, would you take this with you? These are years worth of sea terror research notes. Take them. Maybe you'll find more use for them than I or the land dwellers did. After handing over his research notes, the Aker walks away with an unburdened expression.
해냈네. 다음에도 꼭 본인에게
Deal
맡겨주게.
more damage against enemies. Deal 1% additional damage for every enemy defeated or every part broken during the encounter. Max Point can activate the other replicate parts, the same part repeatedly. If there are sea terrors among enemies, regardless of condition. I'm guessing that's for the actual mirror dungeon. Can't believe you spoiled me this peak. What, FF14? The critically acclaimed MMORPG?
말로 고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나
敵に対して
저
大きな打撃を
도련의
FF14 was a game that I played pretty much religiously since the game started getting good, halfway through the first, halfway through the main game, Realm Reborn, or 2.0. It was just so fucking cool to experience.
예측대로군.
I genuinely felt absolutely dog shit after finishing Endwalker.
このままいけば敵を食い止められます
And by that, I mean I was devastated that it was over. Technically, I am not done with the post-Endwalker stuff.
직접 나서지.
However,
고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나
FF14 for me ended with Endwalker.
하나 넘고
And
둘 넘고
ダンテさんの作戦とても
I don't want to start it again. Or continue. Because it's just not the same. I distinctly remember two moments that genuinely made me tear up
落下で覆っています
in FF14, which I am just going to give as little context towards as possible.
일기당천
Which was in Shadowbringers.
이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나
When you finish bringing the shadow, the theme for the main city of the expansion changes
바람 불어오는 대로
with the day and night cycle. And the night theme has vocals in it that
탈출 개체가 정리되었습니다.
weren't there before. When I first heard that, I fucking burst into tears. The other moment that was just so fucking peak was believe it or not,
일기당천
when in Endwalker you start walking in the end. Like, before that scene, I've seen memes of people reacting to the end walking. And it's just them crying in front of a screen and nothing's happening, they're just walking.
탈출 개체가 정리되었습니다.
And when I reached that point, I got it. It was just so fucking peak.
今こそ
직접
勝
나서지.
機をつかむ時です。
마음 놓고 열어젖히고 친히 목을 떨궈주마.
Send me how Arknights ego gifts look like. I have seen a stack of papers.
쓰러졌고. 차라리.
It's like if you put a special contract and non-disclosure agreement on top of themselves. On top of each other. Fuck. Reminder to Sula, short picot Heathcliff. Nah.
リンバスカンパニーの皆さん、
직접
この
나서지.
勢いに乗って
Did everyone just hit the
지울 수 없겠구나.
fucking button? I will probably short before the season's over all the seasonal identities that I don't have.
에고 침식도.
And only after that's done will I short the anything else that I don't
カン
have.
パニーの皆さんとご一緒で
직접 나서지.
本当に
시비수에게
嬉しいです
지키기 위해서.
누구 하나
敵に対して大きな打撃を与えました
말로 커져 이
Which
정도
should
効果的な攻撃でした
도려내
just be contempt and Aryoshu now that I have both the fraud and
攻撃でなくても
the other guy.
選択だったはず
The you know the guy. The Sinclair with a gun. Which technically isn't a gun, as it does not fire a projectile, and the projectile that it needs to fire is supposed to be a certain diameter.
직접 나서지.
I really just do not understand why the thumb uses guns that aren't guns.
물넘고
정의 이름으로
친히 목을 떨궈주마.
지킬 게 많.
Kind of fun to do
エリートオペレーターの皆
a video on the guns the thumb uses
전투응대에 나서.
just exclusively because I want to shit on the
영원한 참.
the default soldato weapons.
빈틈 투성이로군.
What the fuck is this team? What do you mean it's peak?
아르카나 B
I literally just put my favorite IDs of each sinner into a team. Except for Faust. I didn't really think about Faust. Do I have a forced ID that I like more?
エリートオペレーター並みの腕前です
날카롭고 정확하게 예측대로군. 빈틈 투성이로군.
마음 놓고 열어젖히고
차라리
タンテさんの作戦とても効果的でした
I started thinking on what other IDs Faust has, and I blanked out. Peak?
직접 나서지.
I hate this. Why?
마음 놓고 열어젖히고
I'm playing the game optimally.
고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나.
Camille is just jealous, trust. Yeah, I believe that. I mean, it's most likely explanation that Camille is just simply jealous.
목을 떨궈주마.
Like, no lunacy, no event ego, no bitches. No starlight, no modules, no encephaline, pretty much no ego, no ID. Bro is just broke, and he's jealous because of it.
사랑으로 정의 이름으로
탈출 개체가 정리되었습니다.
겹겹의 중
만만치
No encephaline, but I need one ASAP. Ask Klinken or Jiahuan.
넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
I am quite certain they have encephaline for you to use. Oh damn! Bro won that clash. God
직접
damn!
나서지. 개체가 약화되는 것 같습니다.
敵は深手を負っています
For some reason I have a feeling that this will be slightly annoying.
말로 고작 이 정도 탕류의 허덕이나.
I should have been rated better, oh no.
도련의 둘 넘고 오야. 넌 푸름을 틔울 수도 없겠구나.
즉시 꿈을 꾸러 가도록.
Mission accomplished. I am sure one of these will heal. There is a long line of people waiting outside a rundown building. Inside, people in hoods are distributing something to visitors. I thank the ocean's blessing. No. We only wish to help you to sate your hunger, even a little. We haven't Sorry everyone, please understand they're new here. People in hoods dragged us inside. It's not much, but this should hopefully be able to sate your hunger. Dried fish, huh? Me and Irene call them fin beasts. We haven't seen you around here. Clearly you've traveled far. Welcome. Oh no! I may have entered this spec. I may have entered this spec during my weekly dungeon run. Before starting the stream. I got to the boss before you. Nah. Okay, so the top option, literally nothing happens. So slip them into our bags and pretend we ate them. We'll step forth. This seems like a job for Rodion. We're so glad you enjoyed the food, but did you actually eat it, or? Rodion replies calmly, while the flavor was certainly unique, we did like it. At that, they seemed to withdraw their suspicion and turned away. Glad to hear it. Please, come back anytime, and we'll share some more. Without any reason to stay, we left the building. I felt a little prick on the back of my head, as though the hooded people were staring at us as we walked away, but we managed to quicken our pace and disappear. Aha! Inflict defense level down on all enemies. If sea terrors, inflict 7 defense. Okay, it's dog shit. At the center of what appears to be an orc symbolizing the city, at the center of that brilliant golden light must be Mayors. Let's take a quick break here. Are you alright, Doctor? I just need to take a quick breather. You should probably work on your cardio, or Miss Amiya might have to piggyback you around. Yeah, well, once we get back, I'll start working out like KALT'sit suggested. Executive Manager, if it ever comes to it, you may trust me with the backing. I'm good. Perhaps being in close proximity to Mayor's vision of utopia and the center of light did something. Seaborns near us only gave us a passing glance without attacking us. Something about the way they looked at us felt like they weren't concerned for us. The sinners couldn't help but look away with a funny feeling. I feel sorrow, regret. Maybe these feelings are denials for all those times she spent agonizing over this. Can we really bring back Miss Mayors? We'll help her return. That's what we're here to do, after all. I fucking can't read. Alright, let's rest up for a bit before moving on. Max HP, okay. In that case, it wasn't an issue that I ate shit in one of the fights. Mayor's despair, repulsiveness of people's ill intent, and the faint hope from the light found within. All kinds of emotions and memories rise to the surface of Amiya's phantoms, then sink again. Those same thoughts seep into me as well, unfiltered. The sins that people have committed just won't go away. Humanity's ill intent will propagate unimpeded too. But the ties that Miss Mayors is trying to summon to douse it will devour humanity, their civilization, and the city they came from. So I don't think that's the right way to go. Not as long as Dante and the people of Limbus Company. I refuse. This isn't like the time I retrieved the ego. In the place of the like, a speck of darkness casts a shadow. A strange power curses through me before radiating towards the sinners. All sinners gain emotional connection for the duration of the encounter. By the way, when I did this fight in the dungeon, I did not read anything. I just pressed the damage button and two-turned the boss. Because 99 by 99 Rapture is a bit OP. Just a slightly. Just a tiny bit. So literally every mechanic that the boss has is new to me. Oh. No solo today, no solo today. I mean, I mean this shit is peak. Okay, emotional connection. Oh my. On hit against enemies. 50 divided by number of coins percent chance to gain 1 ego resource corresponding to the used skill's affinity. This is dog shit. When an enemy dies after an allied unit skill attack ends, gain at least 2 owned ego resources. Why? In an encounter, gain 1 ego resource of each affinity consumed when using the following ego skills, 2 of each. This is the least useful buff. I don't need more resources unless I want to spam fucking fluid sec. Okay. Can you clash it? No? In that case, just fucking guard it. Not you, cause... No. Don't guard it. It deals 1 damage. 12 plus 12. It deals 1 damage, as I said. Just fucking hit it. Like a lot.
탈출 개체 확인.
시비수 말로 받아내라.
タンタさんの作
저
戦
해수들이
とても効
도련의
果的でした
물넘고 꺾고 제쳐라. 오야. 길을 열어라.
Okay, the tiny amount of damage that I seem to be doing isn't really... Maybe I should have guarded instead. Maybe I should have actually guarded. Huh. Total damage 0. Okay, then I guess I shouldn't have guarded. I guess. Who do you hit? You hit your people. You will activate the counter. Okay, I am just going to do what is, I guess, obvious to me and kill the ads. I guess I can ignore the boss and just hit it hard enough. Why is the night jolly? Cause
敵に対して
she just got fish to eat.
물넘고
効果的な攻撃でした
I can't do anything to get first place. Yes.
ドクターのように優れた式ですね
I mean, this is what happens when you donate
아무것도 남지 마라.
fucking twice. It literally pay to win. I can't even gain XP. Hell yeah. Who needs it? Why did you hit the countering guy? That was the only one I didn't want you to hit, brother. Oh, it gives offense level.
敵は深手を負っています。
Unfortunately, I do not care. Your offense level game is weak.
전투응대에 나선
Can't even chat without sweats for fuck's sake. Pay to win. Yeah, literally pay to win. No joke, I haven't opened Limbus yet, so I don't know who this is. And no, don't tell me. What do you mean? It's John ARKNIGHTS. How do you not know who John ARKNIGHTS is? Like, bro, it's so obvious.
나도 누군가에겐
Jane ARKNIGHTS. John Undersea. I haven't played at ARKNIGHTS.
このまま行けば敵を食い止められます。
I played ARKNIGHTS for the first 5 chapters, I think, till you reach the snowy enemies, or the ice enemies, sorry, and that's it. I haven't played anything else.
직접 나서지.
Should I? I mean, sure. From what little I played, the story kind of felt meh, but at the same time I only played the earliest parts of the story. Forget that YouTube filters me sometimes. You were filtered so hard that it does not show up as a held back message or as anything. I mean, the best part about this guy buffing absolutely everyone is that I can just fucking ignore it. Oh, that's an AoE. With a lot of exclamation marks. You would win. You would just quite simply win. I am clashing with everyone. Yeah.
직접 나서지.
바람 불어오는 대로 짓밟아.
즉시 꿈을 꾸러 가.
My YouTube is filtering Devour. Replace it with Swallow. Or Consume. Like instead of the sea devouring your compass, it shall be swallowed by the sea. Or instead of devouring a sandwich, you just consume it while doom scrolling YouTube shorts. I don't know. Kind of don't like you guys. You're kind of rolling quite high. Actually, no, that's dominating. Yoshu, unfortunately, you are slow. You know what? Yeah, no. Not happening. Don't even try to clash that.
정확하게.
모험하군.
Oh no, the circle filled in.
마음 놓고 열어졌지.
Whatever shall I do? Discharge? Like the tip of my discharge. Make the knight depressed. Why would I? She's happy. Bro. Thank you.
꿈을 꾸러 가도.
Well, no. Fluid Sec has the highest attack weight. I shit you fucking not. Fluid Sec has the highest attack weight. Okay. In that case, close our eyes. Shankar Rhyme. And Faust. Present or representation. Or emitter. You're going to fail that. You're no longer going to fail that. Why do you have no sanity indicator? Because I reached acceptance.
정확하게.
I became a boss with no sanity.
항상.
I just take more damage from sinking.
그래도
But if I start talking freak, you won't. There's nothing to be freaky about.
모든 결과들은 파우스트가 알아.
もっと効果的な方法が。敵は深手を負っています。
Oh. 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 Right. Oh, that's two new things. There is Seaborn, don't care. Abyssal Vitality. Consumed when using certain. Every time this effect is consumed, heal SP on self by the amount consumed. You mean devoured? Soda for heal. True! How could I not realize that I must use soda for heal? You know, actually, can you like do these and then it targets something else and then you do that? Okay. You know what, you as well. I don't want to accidentally hit that shit. Is it unbreakable? It is unbreakable. In that case, power guard over that. Wait. Power guard does fucking nothing. Or still does fucking nothing, I should say. And then... yeah, that's probably fine. Alright. That's probably fine.
일기당천.
자, 변신 완료. 만선이에요.
Soda. I love soda. Does he know? No.
쓸데없는 관심 필요 없다.
Yo! It's the event background. Yo, that was so fucking sick. You aged a lot since the last time we met, Fabi. Is this a characteristic of your subrace? You haven't aged a day. So what brings you to the Church of the Deep? Seaborns are indispensable in our preparation for the impending doom. Nothing, I mean nothing else can ensure the survival of humanity. Thus, it would only be right of me to join hands with those who are able and willing to become Seaborns, to search for a way to prolong our existences. You're looking to use the knowledge of the wise and the talented as nourishment for Seaborn. But that won't do anything more than prolong our existences, But is survival alone not enough? Unless that boss fight was a spoiler, it's the final boss. I thought a bishop of the church would share a majority of that belief with me. Bobby, you and I both have put our faith in the Seaborn, but the word faith might mean something different for you than it does for me. Seaborns shouldn't be our object of worship. We have to stand on equal ground as them, and set our eyes on their natures. Please step aside. Desperation, sadness, sympathy. Mayor's emotions gush upward, carried by bubbles. Terra, a land in which the hatred for the different has entrenched itself. The city, a place in which people, crushed by the trials of life, has surrounded to its absurdities. They both need the Seaborn, perfected beneath the light. That is but your wish, Miss Mayers. Faust does not believe them to be necessary elements for the city. Even in the city there are people who are searching for reasons to live on, dreaming of a better world. We all know that it can't possibly be easy to change, but there has to be some kind of worth, value in that process alone, in the lives we lead within the city. What worth could there be to a life of the unkind? The kind of life humanity is doomed to exist in, where all we ever do is hurt and hate one another. Listen, efficient order, natural altruism. They're both virtues humanity should never lose sight of. But There's no such thing as absolutes when it comes to the value of life. Survival is the right of all civilization, which means that it should never be up to others to define the worth of life, to argue for it. But what if there is no other way? Can you even understand what I'm saying? Some time had passed since I made Para Muerto my home. Unlike my prediction, the Seaborns' evolution seemed to have lost its explosive progress, and Fabius seemed to be content just observing their slow development. Hello, has anybody seen the luck I've dropped? No. No. I got my first ego at 207 pulls. And it was the only one that I didn't want. The Gregor one. Goodbye. Maybe it's because they're directionless, without a specific wish. Even still, Seaborns were the key to changing Terra, the land. To stand against the incoming calamity, we needed their survivability and adaptability. And the humanity that has turned exhaustion into ill intent needed the Seaborns' blind, selfless altruism toward their own. So, while I never stopped my studies, something small but sharp continued to stab at my frustrated heart. Stultified and unable to be resolved. If we were to ever lose even our sense of selves and creed assimilated into this stagnated great will, for the sake of survival, civilization had to be no more. For the sake of us, I had to be no more. The realization of that paradox made the first crack in my confidence that the Seaborns were the answer to the problem. Iberia, the land the humanity faced, and through the cracks the seeds of doubt were sown. But I'd already come too far to find a path more beautiful than the Seaborns. No more wasting time with these stupid ruminations. There has to be a way, some kind of condition Seaborns need to fulfill to retain their sense of selves, to retain their individual hopes and wishes. I stood adrift atop the inundation of years I dedicated to this purpose, holding on to this precious hope and stilled my shaking heart. And that was the easy part. There's no better solutions. Don't look away from the answer that lies right in front of me. All I need to do is find a way for Seaborns to hope and wish, to have them each carry a sense of self. I just had to repeat that to myself like a mantra, again and again. But my drifting days came to an end when I found a new path, illuminated by the strange light from across the sea. On that day, yes, the day when the faint blue light shone, a whisper visited me. Who's there? Whose voice is? What? The answer sought through the eons by people I didn't recognize played over and over in my ears. The voice that spoke, it was muffled but warm and beautiful. The light of the city, the hearts that were lost, the emotions that were forgotten, the sense of self that... No, that's enough of that. But I'd like to hear more about the light. The light that has sprouted from the 10 virtues. And the image those words drew in my mind was clearer and more beautiful than ever. Terra, the city, they both failed to find a way out of this bridle. If they are going to be satisfied with living on as they are, then you can't change what you see by standing still. If you want to bring about a better world, then even if you may be lost in the ideals, you have to keep working. Survival, worth of life. As I've never been too certain about either of those complicated ideas, I had no unflinching creed with which to convince her. That's not to say that the city has no need of the altruistic nature Mears wants to bring there. That's not to say that I have better answer than the combination of Seaborn and the light. Even still, the emotion, the regrets, the conversations I found and collected over this journey alongside the sinners became my answer, and I tick on. Honestly, I don't really know the city all that well either. My memory only goes back a year, and for what is practically my entire existence, I've been surrounded by the sinners and their adventure. Still, we want to keep trying. You're right, The city is an absurd, vicious place. Something new and horrible surprises me every other day, but Mayors, that light you spoke of, I don't think that's what protects the ego, the sense of self. To protect it, you have to first look unflinchingly both ways, the path that lies ahead and the one that you walked, then you confront them both. That can't be right. The light, it has to. You're just working based on what you've heard about the city and the light, ain't that right? How can you be so confident that the light will be able to protect the Seaborns' sense of selves? Ain't that just what you want to believe? I think it's a distinct possibility. Even if the light can do what you hope it does, Mayors, it won't change anything. Turning on nature's kind by transforming us into Seaborns, a convenient method like that isn't our path. Because the sense of self protected like that, the kind of nature attained like that, wouldn't be our own, it'd be yours, Mayors. Protecting your own sense of self by being compassionate and kind, it's a path of unbearable suffering. We might fail some days despite our best efforts. Some days we'll be forced to confront the sins of our past and suffer. Verily, not one of us, as we are now, may see the culmination of that past. Yet, I can hardly find it within myself to simply leave it all in thy hands without so much as trying. You're saying that Seaborns can be the answer, I've always thought. It doesn't make much sense if you think about it, Mayors. Those sea monsters don't even know what self means. That's why they show hesitation before sacrifice. If we were to introduce the sense of self to those sea monsters, that selflessness you want will be no more. She's a Seaborn ship distortion who is not a Seaborn, an endlessly anguished contemplating distortion. If Mayors wish is to achieve an altruistic world, then her desire has to be that she doesn't want her efforts to become meaningless. Seaborns may be the perfect answer for some people. A recent example, Fabius, it seemed clear to me that was precisely his wish. But that doesn't seem to align with yours. Find a new answer, Miss Mayors. You're telling me I have to go back to wandering for so much time again in search of that new answer. You won't be alone on that path. Walk together, relying on one another, and it won't feel as long. Trying to carry such a heavy burden all by yourself, Miss Mayors, it's such a prideful thing to do. Yo, what's up the real Sancho? Yep, I'm not reading that. This unit does not lose shield at turn end, unless removed by them. Okay. Check their rolls. What do you want me to check on them? They are nice. They are nice, average rolls. I feel like I should start reading. Hopeless on every sort. I mean, that was a dog shit skill. See, this is just struggling. Det var Honglu. I mean, I have an idea, which is to hit that and just go fucking unopposed on one skill. Wait. Dawn. Dawn.
직접 나서지. 예측대로.
That's a small amount of shield. Just an absolutely tiny amount of shield.
차라리 아무것도 남지 마라.
This fight took you 22 turns. I can kind of see why.
모험하군.
Eyes carry away the windows to Mayor's Pass, soon devouring them beyond vision. It's almost as if Mayor's and the Dungeon of the Phantoms know the ocean itself is fusing into one. A majority of distortion encountered by the bus team have assumed a form generally recognized as an organic entity. However, there are nothing preventing a distortion's form from breaking that boundary and taking a different shape, as it may vary by the individual's desire. If her distortion is allowed to exasperate undeterred, it may eventually corrode this very space in which we stand. As we were taking some time to catch our breaths, a few small machines stumbled to the ground, shot from one of the trembling phantoms. It was one of those mysterious machines in Mayor's home we saw when we peered into her memories. The machines continued to whir loudly, as though the waves broke them. We saw that there were various apparatus attached to the sockets onto the sides. Expensive they appear, yet how numerous they are. Well, you know, maybe she's similar to one of those fixer fellows who are always hell-bent on picking up every new cutting-edge workshop tech. It says Little Handy down here. This has an oddly similar structure to the Hand of the Saint the Inquisitor brought. Gasp! Then, shall this fantastically wonderful machine be of assistance in our battles? Rhodes Island already seems to have their hands full of holding the lines against the tides of sea terrors. We should probably take just one and leave the rest to help them out. After a quick discussion with the sailors, we decided to take just one of the machines. Probably this one is the most annoying, or the one with stagger. Because this staggers plus deals like 60 damage. And it will just happen even with winning clashes, from what I've seen so far. Yeah, let's take it. Become immune to the stagger. Nah. That's way too OP. Surely. And at least this current team will soon fall. Mini decontamination kit detected, counteracting Netherese brand toxicity. I don't really understand how it works, but that sure sounds helpful. Okay, what do you do? No longer inflicts nervous impairment or deals damage to allies. Hell yeah. Okay, now that I hit. Yeah, you're no longer rolling so damn high. Give me soda. Give me soda and it will be Peam. Sure, Tidal Arc. What is? What is? You would sun shower. Isang. Probably that. Rodion, you kind of need more swords before you become great. But at the same time, the more you lose, the better you'll roll. Okay, how far do I need to roll? How big? Okay, representation emitter will just... Lasso. Fuck. Everlasting. Will just work, thank you. And then Ryoshu... I don't know, fucking... Honestly, do whatever. I am not going to use a fluid sac. I am not reading what the boss does, and I am not using fluid sac.
자, 변신 완료. 만선이에요.
Oh no! Honglu kind of died, but not really. Don't worry about it.
쓸데없는 관심 필요 없다.
The stagger will be absolutely dog shit on Honglu though.
지키기 위해서
Nope, Rodion would just simply win, I guess.
지키겠다 맹세했는데.
당신에겐 제가 어떻게 보일까요? 시간의 태엽 안에 그 답이 있을까요?
This is probably the closest the exactly 100 damage. Hell yeah. This is probably the closest the everlasting guy gets to me running everlasting Faust. Even if it's not in a dungeon setting. Or a mirror dungeon setting, sorry. I mean, it says hopeless. So Yisang. What roll is the highest? Not this. This. Don't fail on me. Thank you.
색색이 황홀하고 아예 기억 못하게 하려는 길이구려.
69. Nice.
길을 생각하면 이 또한 내가 걸어야만 하는 길이겠지.
囚人が死亡どうすれば
Well, Honglu just fucking died. Okay. Hopeless. Brother, can you like not... Can you like be nice for once? Okay. Does this shit have special priority? Nope, it does not have special priority. Well, you know what? Hit it with the AoE skill, or you know what? Just hit it regularly. And I am guessing that. Okay, it does have special priority. Because normally you would just clash first. And this wouldn't matter. Regardless of if you are faster or not. This is kind of sketch. Whom are you hitting? Yeah, you can hit him. You can hit him all you want. That's the new guy.
만만찮겠군. 본인이 하지. 이럴 수는.
Okay, thank you, Force, for not hinting.
혈염도 바로 와. 모아쳐라.
Thank you, Sinclair, as well. Rodion, I believe. Yeah. Otis, why? I trusted you probably the most out of everyone.
皆さんしっかりしてください。
Okay. The Odyssey had a purpose. Or on the alternatively, you could just use that there and not worry about anything else. Otis might be dead. What do you mean? She's fine. She's absolutely fine.
날개를 펼치고 발톱을 걸어.
여행엔 목적이 있었지. 역시 현장의 체질이 아니었나?
See, she was fine.
넘고 무수히 넘고 얼마든지 꺾고 제쳐라.
You go down. You have to switch it up sometimes. Takes a lot of effort to be a top, you know. Okay, everyone go for damage. And ADD, probably? Yeah, good enough. Oh, really good enough. The shield is down. The shield is finally broken. Okay, now you just have to damage her, brother. What do you think? What was I supposed to do before? Dance with her? Or what? Because I've been damaging her this entire time if you weren't paying attention. Yes, I see, I see. How do you beat her anyways? I guess by dancing. Mission accomplished. I had fewer deaths on the final fucking boss than on the other thing that I got like 7 people killed because Rodia Corro that twice. Yeah, the night guy. How they beat her anyways? No, like, I'm stuck. You hit it hard enough. Genuinely, you just hit it hard enough. Like, I can't offer you any help because I don't know what she does. You hit the thingy, the object that spawns in the center of the fight, and then she rolls lower. It's true that people scrutinize others for differences to find something they can hate, but it's also true that it is often those very differences that people look up to. Can I add you to borrow an Ishmael ID? Hell yeah. And administration usually goes hand in hand with the overstimulation. Yes, and Miss Mayers admired these two unknowns, Seaborns and the Light. She thought they would be the solution to everything. Mayers, do you still want to go to the city? No. I remain here in Terra. I broaden my studies and I'll talk more. To find a new path forward, realizing my wish. As for what will happen now, Miss Mayers, we're going to need to have a long talk with the Inquisition, but we'll help too. We'll help you in your search for that path, if we can. The great ark built from the city crumbles. Light fades and gives way to shadows. We found ourselves back aboard the vessel Masses. Battle complete, vessel Masses, it's slowing down. How's Miss Mayers? Here, unconscious. The mental strain seems to have taken its toll. It all happened inside the dungeon of the Phantoms, but it can't have been too easy on her mind to send so many waves after us. What'll happen to Miss Mayers now? First, we'll wait for the Inquisition's ruling, then bring her to Rhodes Island. Her efforts were misguided, but she also had Terra's best interests at heart. Together, I'm sure we can discuss a better way forward. But if she's sentenced to death, then we will need to offer a different proposal. We can consider it when we get to it, Doctor. Even my throat is starting to hurt. It's finally over. All we have left to do is go back. As we are preparing to leave with our hearts much lighter than they were earlier. Hold on, everyone. Something's rapidly approaching us. It's the night. A low, thrumming roar vibrates the air as a strange shadow looms over the ship. Where did this shit come from? Wait, is that... Almost as if driven by instinct, Ishmael takes the radio from Gregor and runs into the control room. Something must have clicked in Otis' head as she also turned and ran after Ishmael. If those two are running into the bridge, Brace, grab onto something. Oi bollocks, mucking it up right before the finish line. Doctor, Dante has advised that we grab onto something. I see, they're preparing to turn the ship around. Everyone, brace for impact. Stay alert, something's coming. The ship leaned heavily as it hurriedly turned portside, and I caught a glimpse of a massive shadow gliding just beneath the water's surface, right where the ship was a second ago. It's a Seaborn, by the size of, no, slightly larger than the vessel masses. Amia's communicator buzzes with Ishmael's voice. Currents are going wide. Wait, no, something's causing these currents to go wide. We'll try our best to maintain evasive maneuvers for as long as possible, but we can't do this forever. If the situation does not improve, we may have to take the vessel masses to cross the dimensional door. Does Rhodes Island have a way out of this quandary? Not at the moment, but we have to come up with one now and fast. Dante, does anything come to mind? We should first figure out why that Seaborn's coming after us. Copy that, I'll focus on steering the ship so keep us updated. With that, the ship immediately begins a sharp turn, narrowly dodging the ponderous body of the Seaborn as it swims by. We can't just take the whole ship across the dimensional door, we're not the only ones on it. But the sea is too wide to simply turn around to let the others leave. It's almost like it's obsessed with this ship. Just why could it possibly be coming after the ship all of a sudden? Could it be that Fabius's order? It's coming after me. Scotty, you? Yes, I'm their enemy, an abyssal hunter. As though to prove it, a giant beast began to charge against the bow of the ship the moment Scotty repositioned herself there. Just what are the abyssal hunters? Why are they so gung-ho about trying to kill you? Abyssal hunters are those who hunt sea terrors and Seaborns. Of course, this isn't based on any emotions such as vengeance or resentment. It's Scuddy's. Well, it's not important right now. What matters is that they're solely targeting Scuddy. Operators of Rhodes Island are heavily fatigued at this moment from their long defense against the waves in the dungeons of the Phantoms. The same could be said of us and Miss Omiya, battled mayors in the meantime. The engaged Seaborn in this particular circumstance is... Oh? Something shakes the vessel masses once again. What's this now? There's more? There are indeed multiple entities surrounding the ship, however. A violent, destructive sound crashes through the waves toward vessel masses. Past the sudden wall of mist there was... We're lucky. Or was this simply how it was supposed to go? It's the guy! Sir Knight, 2 Seaborns. It's going to be fine, Miss Inquisitor. He's the same knight we fought earlier. I doubt he'll be able to stop himself from charging at the giants of a sea monster. Like Conclu said, the knight charged straight at the giant rough wave at the great Seaborn as though he hardly noticed our presence. Can help the knight repair that Seaborn? We might just have a shot at sending Limbus Company back through the dimensional door and escaping aboard the vessel masses ourselves. Can everyone still move? I'm almost at my limit, but I can still move. I've got a plan, and I'd like for everyone to trust me on this. Things were so bad outside after you'd entered the portal. Now's the time for the hunter to get to work. The bright ray of light from Eileen's lamp shines upon those atop the deck, while Scuddy leaps tall into the air using the ship's bow as her launching pad. The operators each scatter to their appropriate positions, as commanded by the doctor. Ishmael and Otis both excited to the decks as well, presumably having found someone to steer the ship. Is it okay to have you two out here? The kalt'sit seem to know enough about seafaring to take over. While this crisis is far from over, she was good enough that it was reasonable for us to leave the ship steering to her and descend to the decks for our return. Doesn't seem like we'll be able to bid you goodbye. Are you sure you're all going to be okay? We can stay a little longer and help. Appreciate the sentiment, I really do, but... Amiya pointed toward the dimensional door, which has shrunk significantly smaller since the first time we saw it. You don't have much time. I wonder if it was only supposed to open for a set period of time, or what if it's closing now because our work here is done. There was precious little we could learn about it now, but it was obvious that our time here was coming to an end. Thanks, Samia. We would have been lost for a while in this world if it weren't for Rhodes Island's help. Well, thanks to you, we should be able to sufficiently study the dimensional door before we return. Time to say goodbye to the Iberian sea breeze, I guess. Do you have any idea how big of a pile of paperwork is going to be at the Inquisition? Merda. Try not to drop into Iberia next time, you got that? Haha, sure. Let's all stay nicely put in our own words. As the great Seaborn briefly falters at the combined mind of Scuddy and the Knight, the ship's bow managed to stop inches from the dimensional door. Manager, now's your chance to get to the dimensional door. Someday, I hope we can meet again. We shall take our leave. Let's return to the city. The sea had turned into a brutal battlefield, terrible roars contending with one another. After taking one final look at Rhodes Island defending the vessel masses, we leaped into the pitch-black darkness at the center of the dimensional door, and swept away by the tides of consciousness. The river draws out my memories and consciousness, sublimating them away. Then, where is this Jihongyun? Look around and see the sinners strewn about the room, dozing off. I see Heathcliff's crash like that all the time, but how did everyone crash at the same time, sleeping against the walls? A bizarre sensation that something was truly amiss crawls up my spine. You have come too. Now that you have come to, I request that you continue your rest in your chamber. Your presence here makes it difficult to conduct cleaning activities in areas adjacent to your body. Huh? We just came through the dimensional door of the Rhodes Island. Rhodes? You are transferred here of the LCCA discovered your company unconscious at the entrance of a lobotomy corporation branch. I feel like I just went through a memorable experience, but I can't recall what. There was a hole in my memory and this strange emotional tug at my heart, and ego I don't ever recall extracting. I do recall extracting it. I do recall extracting it. All one. Every single one of those singular ego that I managed to extract. I remember it. Like it was just yesterday. Wait. Omnam Rosinante pretty away me but 5 more minutes of. Scheduling food and training time is to wake you in 5 minutes. But the bizarre sensation naturally settles. What was that abnormality? What just happened? I don't have any answers to either of those questions, but... Wait, where's Sod? She said something about how there's been a delay or something. I couldn't find Sod, who's been bringing us odd jobs here and there during our stay anywhere in Yongyeon. But on the desk I did find a note filled with various requests and a letter, both presumably left behind by Sod. We've got a distortion contract. Come on, time to earn your keep. You weren't going to lounge us to get the message from HQ, right? Are they allergic to giving us time off or something? In that moment, a certain voice briefly surfaces from the abyss of my memories before sinking again. There's no such thing as absolutes when it comes to the value of life, which means that it should never be up to others to define the worth of life, to argue for it. The worth of life. I don't quite recall who said that, or even where I've heard it from. Honestly, I don't even understand what it means. You can change what you see by standing still. If you want to bring about a better world, then even if you may be lost in the ideas, even still, some of those words left a lingering impression on my heart. You have to keep walking. Unable to sit still, I got up from my seat and began waking the sinners up one by one. Yeah, it's not like we're getting anything done here. On your feet, guys, time to get to work. The sinners each began waking up, some of them looking around to get their bearings, like they were just pulled out of a long dream.
그러고 보니까 그 환상체 이제 가오를 내려준 아이가
Honestly,
다시
Gisen kind of carried.
관리를 맡겨주실까?
The absolute giga chad of a tank. Ah. Well, I seem to have gotten a few more pulls. Three. What do you mean 3? The fuck you mean 3? No, you don't... You don't understand. I am not going to use 3 lunacy. Simply not.
자, 보시게. 흐드러지게 피어나지 않았는가? 이꽃 모두를 붉게 물들이면 비로소 나 또한 피어날 테요.
I'm not reading. Okay, 40 lunacy. We can do a 10 pull. Oh boy, I love gambling. I really do. I just fucking love gambling. Oh look, 4 rodeos. Are you at minus 45 sanity now? I mean, my throat is at 3 HP. I have a feeling that when it breaks, I will be at minus 45 sanity. We assure this sword, this honor, this screamer won't be tarnished. Rise from the long dark journey with the torturous nightmare to your creamer. Yep, I think I'm going to, I don't know, fucking sleep. I have lost enough brain cells for the day. Actually, you know, give me the shop. Before the end, give me the shop. Because this shit looked actually peak. And it is peak. Hell yeah. Can't remember which Ishper or Honglu has 2 quotes instead of... What do you mean 2 quotes? Damn. Okay. It's time to end the stream. My brain is absolutely just fucking gone. Oh. I mean, the phrases were things. See, yeah, I know what you mean. I don't know which one has, or that there was even one with multiple. peak stream, my brain is almost gone. Yep. Goodbye.